Ms. Neeta Prasad, ma'am. Dr. Shailya Shah, Deputy Secretary, ICD, Ministry of Education, and Executive Director, EDSIL, Dr. B. Chandrasekhar, sir. I request all of them to please take their seats on the dais. Now I request Dr. Chandrasekhar, sir, Executive Director, EDSIL, to welcome all the dignitaries by presenting a plant sapling. I request, sir, to present the sapling to Honorable Chairman AICT, Professor T.G. Sitaram, sir. Sir, please welcome Joint Secretary, International Cooperation Division, Ministry of Education, Neeta Prasad, ma'am. We welcome Dr. Shailya Shah, Deputy Secretary, International Cooperation Division, Ministry of Education. Thank you very much, sir. The National Education Policy 2020 envisions establishing India as preferred study destination. And to achieve this goal, Study in India initiative has been launched by Ministry of Education, and a Study in India portal has been developed as the only gateway to take admissions in Indian educational institutions. Today, all compliance officers and FROs of higher educational institution will be given the detailed navigation of the same. This flagship program of Government of India is being driven by International Cooperation Division of Ministry of Education. I request Joint Secretary, International Cooperation Division, Ministry of Education, Neeta Prasad ma'am, to present the opening remarks.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to today's workshop. I think we have with us joining online Professor Kamakoti from IIT Madras, who's the chairman of the Apex Committee of Study in India, Professor Sitaram, the chairman AICT, and all the participants from the various partner institutions under Study in India, our missions abroad. A big welcome to today's event. The national education policy, as you know, has laid a lot of emphasis on internationalization of education. The vision is that India will become one of the important global centers of learning, like we were in the past, and students from neighboring countries, students from other parts of the world will come to us for education because we are able to give quality education at very reasonable cost. So with this idea in mind, the Study in India program was launched in 2018. In the past 5 years, we've made some progress, and we've had a lot of learnings also. And these 5 years also include the 2 COVID years where the movement was anyway very restricted. So with this learning in mind, what we realized that foreign students were facing problems in terms of their being facilitated for coming to India to study. Like we didn't have one single window system or framework from where they could get all information about the Indian higher education ecosystem. There are so many courses we have. We have short-term courses, so many kinds of institutions. So it is difficult, really daunting for a student who's not living in India to try and find out which are the good institutions, which are the good programs that can suit him or her. This was one problem. Then there were visa issues they were facing. Then there were issues which many of you would be, you would know of it since you've been handling international students for so many years. Issues like of their on-campus issues, like the kind of accommodation they get, the kind of experience they face. So we decided to do something about this, to how to address these issues. So we have came up with this Study in India portal, which was launched in August last year. This is a portal that has been made with the collaboration of Ministry of Education, in which AICT, EDSIL, they were our big partners. And we had with us the Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Home Affairs. The idea is that along with the details of institutions, all courses, all programs, we should also have an integration with the visa issuing system. So this is what the portal now, as it stands today, offers to a student. There are details of all institutes which we found are ready to take on uh, foreign students. They have the capability of taking on foreign students. So earlier, under Study in India program, we had some 200 odd institutions, but now this we are expanding to include many more, many more. I mean, like, we are still in the process of expanding this. This should go up beyond 1,000. Then we are, and these are institutions where there is some quality control also. So a student who's coming to India can rest assured that these are good institutions. Then all sorts of courses, not just offered by through the Ministry of Education, but also other ministries, like we have ICCR, we have ministries, the health ministry, agriculture ministry, home affairs. They are all offering small short-term courses also. So we are onboarding all sorts of courses so that a student doesn't have to go to any other place if he wants to come to India. Now, when a student, we are making it mandatory for a student to come only through this portal. And how are we mandating it? It is through issue of a unique ID that is generated for the student when he or she decides to register here. And this ID will be used for issuing of visa. So unless a student generates this ID, he or she will not get a visa. So this is how we are mandating it. But beyond that, how a student selects an institute or whether he or she gets an admission, that is between the student and the institution. So this portal is only acting as a gateway. And this portal has our missions abroad will also have access to this portal. The FRROs in different regions, they have access to this portal. And very important, the compliance officers of every institution, they are the kind of interface between the student and these authorities. So they play a very, very important role. So we have to ensure that every institution that onboards this portal has to have a compliance officer. That compliance officer is very well aware of his or her role and how they have to proceed with and how they have to fulfill that role. So today's this workshop has been done with that intention, that we bring all the stakeholders together, we give them an idea of, run through the portal, give them a good idea of what it is and what the roles of all the different agencies are, especially the compliance officers. So I will not take more time. I'll hand over to the people who will actually take you through this, the portal and the rest of the details. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We are privileged to have with us Chairman Apex Committee on Study in India and Director IIT Madras, Professor V. Kamakuti, sir. He is connected with us in online mode. I request him to share the vision driving Study in India program and further roadmap. There's some connectivity issue. We'll connect with them later on. And now I'll be inviting a renowned scientist, a legendary leader, a visionary educationalist, and chairman AICT, Professor T.G. Sitaram sir. He is taking various initiatives for internationalization of technical education as well as to promote admissions of international students in AICT approved institution. I request him to share his thoughts with us.
Namaskar. Very good morning to all of you. Professor Kamakoti, Chairman of the Internationalization Structured in India Program. Srimati Nita Prasadji, Joint Secretary. Dr. Shalia Shah, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Education. And Dr. Chandrasekhar from EDSIL. And all the distinguished professors, teachers, and those who are associated with the internationalization from different universities. Very good morning to all of you. So it's a very good initiative which we have started. As we all know, India happens to be one of the historically also, with old universities like Jashila, Nalanda, Vikramashila, was a Vishwaguru since ages. But now the history of the Indian education showcases a very, very rich tapestry of knowledge, innovation, and cultural exchange for many countries around us, time immemorial. But in the last 200, 300 years, we had lost that sheen. Very happy to see again we are embarking on a very big way internationalization of education. So internationalization of higher education refers to the process basically of integrating international perspectives, experiences, and practices into our academic institutions. That means we would like to coexist with the international students in our campuses, which will basically equip our students with the knowledge, skills, and attitudes also. And also they will learn different cultures necessary to thrive in an international competitive world. And also today we are having an interconnected world. So it's very important for our students to know different cultures and how other countries are doing in this, and different languages, and also the viewpoints. They are very important is different viewpoints because they're the way they have been grown up is different than us. So which fosters the global competence, enabling individuals to navigate cross-cultural interactions effectively. Today you can see large number of Indian diaspora, whether it is in the Indian United Nations or in different countries, are exhibiting these characteristics eloquently. That means that is there in our blood from the beginning. So we need to only channelize that, the enthusiasm. So the higher education of the Ministry of Education has taken up this type of Study in India program. This is a very, very unique website which was launched about 3 months back. Both Minister of External Affairs and Minister of Education and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, both of them together launched this. So it's a very, very, nice portal, which myself I have seen that, we have gone through it. This portal today, we are assembled here to orientation of that portal, which will be very beneficial to all of you, particularly the institutions. And also this year, I think it made it mandatory for every international student coming through to go through this portal. Okay, so it's a one-stop portal where even visa process, once the student select a institution, and they can now go for a visa process on the same portal. So I think we need to do that to reduce the bureaucracy in our system, so that students get very comfortable in reaching out to the different institutions and different courses of their choices. Friends, at the AICTE, because today in the area of STEM, I think India is very well known. All of you know that we produce the largest engineers for the whole world. We have crossed China. 1.25 million engineers graduate from India today, when compared to our students from IITs, about 15,000, and all NITs put together another 20,000. But all AICTE approved engineering institutions, 3,600 plus, is 1.2 million. So the scale at which we are producing engineers, and also the way you actually today, if you look at any company or any institutions across the world, Indian diaspora who have got a degree in engineering from India are successful, very successful. And you can see many startups are also happening now in India from 2016. Close to about 1,25,000 startups are there. All of them are our students from ACT affiliated institutions. So these are the new way of learning, and it's happening now at our institutions. So recently we took a decision that we also should set up the counseling and facilitation centers to the students abroad to come to India and study in India, particularly in engineering institutions. So we have taken a decision. At the same time, many regulatory bodies also expressed interest. So we had a first meeting with National Medical Council, Veterinary Council of India, and then Ministry of Ayush, Nursing Council of India, Indian Council for Agriculture Research, and then Council for CSIR, and Indian Council for Cultural Relationships. So we all decided, we met to come together, come on board together to promote academic collaborations, student and faculty exchange programs, joint capacity building programs, and dual and joint degree programs, and also the credit recognition and transfer between these institutions, okay, for twinning and other programs. So to do that, I think instead of going alone, AICTE decided to go with jointly with all the regulatory bodies. So we are making some progress in that. But all of that happens to go through the Study in India portal. So Study in India portal will be the central focus. So it's very important for you to understand. Today, Edsel is going to make a detailed presentation and take you through how to use this portal, how to train the students, how to attract students to come on this portal. So this is very crucial. And as we know that we are now living in a globalized world, so and capability to foster diversity and inclusivity in higher education, even for rankings and accreditation, is very critical. So it's a good time. So the concept of introducing globalization in higher education will catalyze the access to quality education. And this is very important. So I think I request all of you to use the Study in India portal and also popularize this in nearby institutions also. wherein they can learn. So this is a very important step. So through this, we can achieve to attract large number of not just inward mobility to India, even outward mobility from our students going abroad as well, and also exchange of teachers, and many things are possible once we get connected. So this may be a good beginning. So I request you to go through this and popularize this program in your institutions, which is very critical. So I thank all of you for coming all the way physically in a very short notice to AICTE, and I welcome, and I hope it will be a useful session for all of you. So wish you the very best. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Very much, sir. Excel India is taking various initiatives for successful implementation of Study in India program under the able guidance of Dr. B. Chandrasekhar, Executive Director Excel. I invite him to demonstrate the key features of the portal and SOP for onboarding higher educational institutions.
Respected JS Netaji, Chairman ACT, Dr. Shalia Shah, eminent academicians who have come here on this day to hear more about the Study in India, website portal outreach, compliance officers. I'm hoping that Indian missions overseas also will join online. There are 200 another higher education institutions, compliance officers, nodal officers who are online. So that itself shows how important strategic the Study in India program is positioned. JS has mentioned a lot about it. I think we have been taking this mission on a longer drive, longer reach, and it's wonderful to have you here this and to go across. While Chairman, the Ministry has constituted a Study in India working group. Professor Kamakoti chairs, and now I'm seeing that larger interest of various statutory bodies coming together. We are all converging towards one initiative, the Study in India portal, which becomes very critical in terms of looking at a single window approach, single window system, and having a kind of an easy access, international students having an learning experience, experiencing how to come to study in India, which is being made. Again, thanks to the ministry for making this, understanding this whole perspective, dynamics, and putting things together. And we are all working together. I mean, I think as JS also was mentioning, we are all part of that entire ecosystem to make it drive. While I go through this, the whole program today structured was we give a lot of insights into what the Study in India portal is about, how we have designed each of their key stakeholders, whether it is students, institutions, programs, and the missions and the other ministries, particularly external affairs, home affairs, having all converged into this platform to do their bit of role into this, which will facilitate students to have a better experience, seeing that yes, this is a kind of worldwide, no one has started, thanks to AICT and National Education Technology Forum, who put this technology into picture, and then we are all working towards it every time, trying to improvise. So I will go across telling the what is the broader concept and how we will be part of the system. So idea is to get engaged into each of these building blocks. That will make us more appropriate to build this system very robust. So broadly, I'm going to talk about what is this portal is about, some key features, how we are onboarding the higher education institutions. While this program was started in 2018, the ministry's initiative, that point of time, the objective of making quality, there was certain NAC criteria and NIRF criteria and other institutes of national importance and eminence. While now, as we understand, there have been a lot of interest, and we need objective is also to increase the higher education enrollment of international students into this. So then what is that new criteria we are coming up and how we will onboard? And I think in the previous meetings also we had mentioned about the role of the compliance officers. Now we will some illustrative roles, responsibilities we will discuss more so that you are also the part of the system. And how do we promote the Indian education abroad? Some HL has been under the program, have been doing events, fairs, etc. And how we together take this drive. So as we all aware, Study in India is a flagship initiative. So objective is internationalization of higher education, and our final goal is increasing the international students. So we are following a kind of a due process in coming this. While the focus, Indian education system when compared to other developing is affordable. We are very good quality, giving opportunities for global standards, attracting talent. And finally, to see that India becomes a preferred destination for regular programs, research, and other innovations. So we are looking at India as a favored destination because we continue the legacy from second century onwards. Oldest Nalanda University, Vikramshila and others. We still continue that whether it is curriculum, whether it is pedagogy or teacher-student relations, Guru Shishya, still we continue that even in the modern systems. So that is one becomes more attractive. So there are a lot of aspirations also for international students to come for new areas like Indian arts, crafts. I think many of the institutions now have incorporated these as part of the curriculum, though he studies the conventional subjects or modern subjects, but these are becomes part either as the core subject or becomes the peripheral where student and the institute are getting engaged. Well, there is a kind of lot of interest between the students. That's how international students come. So, as a recap, what we have been done. So, in 2018, we started off this initiative. That time, the portal was one-way kind of functioning between the institute and Study in India portal, forwarding the applications. Now it becomes a very dynamic process where students are allowed to have these key features of applying to multiple institutions, multiple programs. To that extent, we did a first outreach where to do a pilot test, 7 Indian missions and inviting few institutions to understand on 23rd June itself. Then formally the portal was launched on 3rd August jointly with MHA and MEA because a lot of iterations, discussions were held to understand how is their process of approval process happens and what this portal can, to what extent it will go into some kind of data sharing and things. These were all discussed. Some piloting was done and formally we told that yes, this is a kind of a proof of concept which can really be scaled up. In the same auditorium, thanks to Chairman AICT having offered this platform again on 13th September, we had a larger gathering than this and we shared what the portal is now again still, but there the work does not stop, but we go on innovating the entire process and that's how this portal is developed. It becomes a one-stop solution where it enables international students to have an entire learning experience of applying online through a single portal and see that the visa process after the student lands in the country, then FRRO process is also integrated into this. So idea is to make this a seamless, simplified process for international students and becomes a one-stop end-to-end solutions for international students. So this will allow foreign international students to register. On registration, there will be a kind of a unique ID, which JS also had mentioned. That is going to be the USP. And all these MHA, MEA are informed that without this student ID, visa will not be issued. But then the question was, can we make it this year itself? Yes, it is possible, but let it be a kind of already students are studying. So there will be some kind of an engagement model, some kind of model which will allow this process. So thus, while having these, the students, international students can have an informed decision of what is his or her choice of learning programs. And also this will allow the student visa applying process also to what extent in case many times international students while applying they are rejected for various reasons. Those are still those interactions are allowed within the portal that the Bureau of Immigration will interact with compliance officers, and compliance officers will clarify to the Bureau of Immigration to sort that issues, and then visa is enabled. So these kind of interactive, informed activities are built within this portal. So this is the overall structure, how it is made. The student applies to the portal. He chooses multiple institutes, multiple programs. Later in the session, we will see how the student module has been designed. There will be a small run through of from IIT Madras. Also, the technical team there has done the whole process. And very important, the why we have brought in IIT Madras technical team is ICCR. Largely there are 127 institutions ICCR fellowship is being offered. Now they also come into this portal. It means it's a huge data of student information is being pulled into this. How secured it will function, this portal will function, is the important aspects. So when I say key features in this, there are student-specific dashboard, institution-specific dashboards, Indian Missions Visa Office. There are login credentials given, which I think when we present to you the detailed features, you will try to understand. Why this is important is the visa person needs only certain information. So it is only that information which allows him to approve visa will be transferred to that portal and they start processing it. While as a Study in India portal, we have a director coming on. So anytime chairman will join us to give his key remarks. So I'll get excused for some time. Can you check if he's not? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, 15 minutes. Okay. So 2018 and between 21, we had 250 institutions with NAC criteria of 3.01 and NAR of 100 and HEIs, Institute of Eminence. That was earlier the criteria. Now a little bit we relaxed to 3.1, 3.01. Our number of institutions as on the portal now we are to 417. Well, the objective will be to have more institutions and they explore on their own opportunities of how to enroll higher international students. So key thing also in this portal will be then there will be an overall administration dashboard which will give number of students registered in the portal, number of admission offers if institute based on the applications offers, we will also, the admin dashboard will also be able to monitor, and we can still follow up either through call centers or some kind of social media and email triggers and so on. So these are process we will explain. Even visa offices, each of the visa issuing officers will know how many applications are pending with them. As while I speak, there are 51,000 registrations and 430 admission offers lying. So we are trying to track which institutions are pursuing this whole admission process. So very simple steps for international students. I've been telling how it is easy. So student registers, there is a name with his 5 key parameters, name, passport number, the country of origin, and what is the program he is interested in, and his mobile and email. When this comes, then he will be allowed to have choice of the courses. And once the institute also offers an admission, he is able to accept the institute. Then while he gives, you might ask, the question will go, he will apply for multiple institutions, multiple programs. So the visa authority will get the notification only if he accepts one. The time he accepts one, rest is all becomes inactive. So in order to do that, in case the student desires, he changes his mind, again he has to come back to the portal, log in and say that, yes, I wanted to change the institute, change the program. Then rest is all becomes, the first one, whatever he accepts gets rejected, rest becomes active, and with the time he can have a choice of another. So like that, it goes through a process. Moment the student accepts the offer letter, he is getting a trigger for visa application process. The same portal, he will apply for visa, and there is a notification to the visa office, such and such candidate from such and such country has got the admission offers. So after he lands, again a 4 process started. Again, role of the compliance officers come, how he should guide them to FRRO registration. So while being speaking about ICCR institutions, so ICCR was independent in its having last year they developed this application to alumnus portal. So that is again a different database. So just simply I wanted to give an understanding of how both will be integrated slowly. We wanted institutions of other ministries also log in, register and become part of this SII education portal. So there are two different databases. So now we are working on it to integrate into a single. So very simple is that. As of today, while we speak, while ICCR may open up a scholarship portal, we have told them that it is mandatory for getting a student study in India student ID. Currently, there are even ICCR fellows, international students have to register in this portal, create a student ID, then the entire application process will be turned to A2A portal. So slowly it will be an integrated single database driven portal. So I've been talking about the onboarding of higher education institutions. So while I had mentioned about 3-4 criteria of NAC 3.01, an AR of 100, an institute of national importance, so and so on. So based on the Apex Committee working group's recommendations, we are still a little bit broad basing so that we know that quality institutions having international academic infrastructure should not be left out. We broad base the criteria. Those institutions having ranked has been figured in 8th edition of, they can also now register in the portal. And we had also figured in QS World Ranking in 2024 for the Asia, can also register on the SII portal. Those institutions having minimum 30% eligible course under NBA accreditation, again, they are also allowed to register. Again, the normal goes with NAC 3.01 on a scale of 4. And those institutions having autonomous status by UGC, AICT also will figure. And those institutions having 80% continual consecutively on the academic is 80% admission have they achieved, they are also allowed. So broadly we have come into this as over a period of time, I think JS also will agree, we wanted institutions already who have enrolled foreign students to come to this portal and say that that will be one of the roles of the compliance officers, to enroll them, see that these institutions might be, or by end of the day, we will be able to give some recommendations on how existing students also should be appearing in the portal. Still, we haven't gone to that stage. We thought at this stage, visa enablement will be allowed. We will come back to that. So while we have developed so much on the portal features, we see that the compliance officers in the higher education institution will have broadly 3 key roles on the institutional issues, something on the student matters, and some kind of compliance requirement. I think they need to be engaged with this Study in India portal continuously, because now the admission season has started. We need to be actively pursue on this to address one or several of the issues. I would expect that the compliance officers become a mentor to each of the institutions in terms of guiding this process. While we go through the each processes of the student module, institution module, you will have so much of questions. We are here to clarify. We will be joined by Ministry of Home Affairs and Bureau of Immigration also. Those clarifications also will come up, and we will together be able to address those issues. So there is also a nodal officers. The ministry has requested Indian missions to have nodal officers within the Indian missions, because they become the visa issuing authority in their respective countries. So broadly, we also addressed the same while the compliance officers will be able to clarify some of the key issues of the institutions. The visa officer and the compliance officers can interact through the same portal. There is a communication mechanism also established. Anything on the program, so all the institutes disclose their programs, their accreditation status, and so on the portal. So I think there won't be any kind of thing. But yes, when the students locus standi on how the student is, how their background, financial background, etc., that's left vest with the responsibility of the visa officer. So here we are concerned a lot on the relevant to what academics will really work around it. So this also we will be, there could be more, there could be more beyond this. I think we would like to have some kind of inputs on that. So while we have been telling, yes, we have created this ecosystem on the Study in India portal, but it's also very important and strategic. We reach to this international community that yes, portal alone will not, but people to people connect matters a lot on how we tell about the curriculum framework is, how the learning experience in the institution will be, and how we are engaged with the learners at all times. So to that extent, we keep doing education fairs. ETSIL under the Study in India program has been driving this initiative along with certain objectives and purpose. So we have already done 2 countries visit, Bangladesh and Mauritius. So we are likely to go across we know that Africa is one destination where students come to aspire to come and study here. But we should, nevertheless, we should also not leave the neighboring countries. And I think in the last Apex committee, chairman also emphasized we should not leave out Australia, US, and UK, where many institutions are in their own capacity, scientists, faculty, they have been doing their joint arrangements with the kind of for research exchange, student exchange, and faculty exchange. We wanted that also to come into the Study in India portal for coming for a short program, even for short studies. So moment we will, as on date, we have only students coming for formal program. We are working on it to include students also coming for study visit, short program, and so on. So this portal will have facility for that. So any kind of even individual faculty scientists having their this kind of arrangement should also come through this portal. Objective is reaching out and see that this portal gains a lot of significance, importance, and opens the doors for entire education system for the country. So Tanzania, I wanted to show this slide particularly and create an interest. We all go together to these countries to promote Indian education, see that quality students are attracted, the desired students are attracted to come to study in India. So a little bit of postponement we need to do with Uganda, otherwise by now while I speak, we would have been in Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya to do the fair. So being a short time, so there is ample time for you to join this education fair. In Tanzania, Malaysia is again coming up. Might there not be an interest, but USA is our participation in NAFSA also is very, we think that since the national education policy allows doing a semester abroad, this may be an opportunity. NAFSA is the biggest education fair, more than 200 odd countries come and showcase their education of their countries, and will be a kind of a platform for interacting with other countries, other education institutions. So kindly make a note. We have also given, but I'm not showing here about the USA, UK fairs and so on. So while doing this, what is the request from the higher education institutions? One, we keep communicating through social media on what are the key aspects. One is on the promotion of the events. 2, on the institutions, education related activities. 2, on how do we attract international students. So there are a lot of social media buzz being created. There is while we are in the country, we do kind of publicity in the newspapers, their own social media, TV channels, and so on, to getting the, why this is important is also we give them And advanced communication, yes, there is a team of in Indian higher education institutions coming to their country. So to attract that organic crowd, we need to do this so that they create interest, they understand what it is. Now it will be more important that this team also goes to the good schools and colleges to interact about telling about India and what are the education opportunities for collaboration here. So, what is the key things which we propose? You can also come up with ideas. We'll be wanting to hear from. One is on the cost, the academic excellence, well-structured curriculum. I think as an academic institutions, you will be knowing more about it. I think the whole social media advertising publicity should focus around this, and that's how we will be able to make creatives. And why I also wanted to propose is that uh, since now we are going a broad base, we need to develop a lot of digital collaterals. We wanted all your inputs into this so that the Study in India team will be able to collate and develop and put it in the public, in the international forums. So some of the way forward is what we have been thinking about, but there could be more on media initiatives. How do we participate? How do we actively participate? As Chairman AICT was mentioning, already a joint meeting of various statutory bodies, not only other general with the autonomous statutory bodies within the Ministry of Education, but we also look beyond health, pharmacy, architecture, and so on. We are bringing everyone together so that they become part of this Study in India initiative. So please follow us. We are already there on the social media. Please tag us. You can post your suggestions for improvement. We'll be always looking forward. You create good media bites and so on. Please post it on this tag with Study in India so that we can go very high. So together we achieve heights. I'm sure we will all be together in going across this objective of studying in partnering and study in India. And we will go across and any kind of Q&A, we will do that in that particular, if you allow permission. Neetu, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Chairman Apex Committee Study in India and Director IIT Madras, Professor V. Kamakoti sir is connected with us in online mode. Welcome, sir.
Hello.
I request our IT team to please check.
Hello.
I think he has already joined.
Hello.
So please unmute yourself.
Hello.
So we can't hear you. Shantanu, please check.
Hello. Am I audible?
Hello. Yes, you are audible now.
Okay.
Shantanu, please take care that volume is high.
So thank you very much and
In Study in India program and the further roadmap.
Yeah. So thank you very much for inviting me to this very important workshop. As elucidated in the national education policy, it is very important that we move towards the Vishwa Guru
Can't
concept.
hear you actually.
ஆன் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா?
இல்ல ஆன்ல இருக்கு.
Everything is on பா.
The mic is on. Everybody says I'm audible there except
less sound is comingன்றாங்க. எந்த இது போட்டீங்கப்பா?
இந்த மைக் தான்.
எந்த மைக் போட்டீங்க?
சைடா வைக்கணும்.
Sir, you have to.
ஆடிபிளா இருக்கு. Very much.
Everybody is audible.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Everyone.
So I'll go ahead.
Very much audible.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me for this very important workshop. As stated in the National Education Policy, it is very, very important that we look at the concept of Vishwaguru. This globalization of Indian education system is extremely important in two ways. One is that we understand the needs and the different knowledge systems of other countries, and at the same time we also share our good practices. And this type of a sharing is something extremely important for us to bring in what we envisage as a global student. When we want to have a campus where our students understand the entire globe, they are not just Indian students, but they are global students. There is a notion of diversity, there is a notion of understanding global practices that we need to bring in, and that is something extremely important for us. And this type of sharing is something extremely important for us to bring in what we envisage as a global student. When we want to have a campus where our students understand the entire globe, there is a notion of diversity, there is a notion of understanding global
हाँ माइक बोले मेरी आवाज आ रही है यहाँ पर?
नहीं आ रही भाई.
हाँ फुल है यहाँ पर. हम हाँ बस में काम कम आ रही है ना.
ये कौन सा ऑडियो है इसमें, ये बताओ स्पीकर कौन सा है?
हैंडसेट
कौन सा हैंडसेट? कहाँ है हैंडसेट? इधर हेडफोन लगा हुआ है.
Log out and log in. You didn't check this earlier?
अरे क्या नहीं चलने लग गया दीवार पर YouTube पर चल रहा है.
कौन चला रहा है ये? कर दिया. चले गए क्या?
और वो कहाँ है शांतनु?
चले गए. शांतनु भी चला गया. है नहीं ना? तो बटरस वाला अभी
That video. That video. Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes sir.
Yes sir.
Sir, you are audible now.
Okay, thank you. Not clear. Yes. Okay. So going with the notion of Vishwaguru that is elucidated in the National Education Policy, we need to touch base with the global education system, and this is a wonderful opportunity of trying to bring students from abroad to India so that they come and bring in the necessary diversity in our campus. Our students getting exposed to international community exposed to some of the very good practices that other countries have, also getting exposed to the different knowledge systems, the school teaching environment, etc. Those level of diversity comes into a campus only when we bring international students, that too from different parts of the world. SII is a very interesting concept that we have launched, the ministry has launched, wherein this gives an opportunity for us to go together and talk about our Indian education system, spread our capabilities, spread some of the very interesting opportunities that are available in our country, and in terms of developing your professional career and our relevance to the international community. For example, number of multinational companies who are available in India, who are actually benefiting out of this whole manpower development initiative. And this also gives feedback back to the other nations that this type of a human capacity building can attract that level of industry participation in the respective countries. So overall, the students who visit India, understand about some of the good practices, understand some of our industry, academia, government relationships, understand our own rules and regulation, understand about our education system, while our students, our faculty will also have a good understanding of how the other parts of the globe actually approach education. And this is a very interesting and important step, essentially to bring in more diversity into the campus, and also at the same time bring in uh, more sort of participation from the international community in all our education initiatives. The other important thing about study in India is that we now have to start looking at innovation and entrepreneurship in a very big way. And we must now aspire to have many companies founded in India or co-founded in India in our country that should become multinational, because every nation has some very unique selling point. Every nation has certain very good advantages, a very niche access either to the market or either to the manpower or either to the actual technology or economy there. So today, by bringing in a large amount of international students to India, there is always a very great possibility that as a team, there can be some Indian students along with foreign students jointly conceiving what we call as a multinational startup. And that is extremely important. Imagine that we have a startup with a student in India and a student in Africa. There are a lot of social problems or societal problems that both countries have, and the solutions that are going to evolve is going to be truly, addressing both of these issues. There are some very nice market access in Africa, which this startup will eventually get. A lot of interesting technologies that are available in India that also this startup will get, and the startup will also get an access to a very always growing Indian market. So we now have an Indo-African startup started by an Indian student and an African student co-founded. This will get the benefit of startups, benefit given to startups in both the countries. It will have the advantages of both, and it will also have a market access of both. So these are all some very interesting, important outcomes that could essentially essentially be, envisaged as a part of the Study in India initiative. The other thing is that when we go in for these fairs, I've been telling, itself, that we must now have a focused, uh, uh, what we call as a targeted audience there. It's not that we went there and some N people came and then this fair happened and then we all returned back. There must be a target of, say, what has happened because of this whole fair. And one of the things that I've been telling them, and probably you could go ahead and implement, is to target some of the very top niche schools in the area where you are going, and actually have a very detailed presentation about your education institutions, specifically for the undergraduate program. So target the best schools in this place and talk about your undergraduate education, so that the students, the parents there understand what it is, and so that they make an informed decision. Same about postgraduate and the research admissions that we do. It's also very important that we go to the top undergraduate colleges there and talk about what we offer in this country and what are the very important things and why should they come to India. I think this type of a targeted exercise is extremely important for us to move forward. I hope that all these educational fairs that are going to come up, we will now have this type of an interface made possible, and we can take it forward from there. Another important thing is that we would like to have a single portal where people from abroad do register for. I think Chandra would have talked about that. Uh, I look forward to a very active participation from all of you, all the education institutions, so that we really achieve the objective of Vishwaguru, uh, uh, the very important concept of globalizing Indian education and understanding the globe from an education perspective that is envisaged in the National Education Policy 2020. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm sure we will all do a great job and as we march towards the next academic year. Thank you very much.
Time for us to take let's keep it together around 12:21.
बंद कर दो इसको, रोक दो। हाँ ज़्यादा कुछ मत करो इस पे, ठीक है ना। मैं इधर नहीं रखता। नाम क्या है इसका? अरुण कुमार, कंफर्म कर लो ना एक बार उनसे।
अरुण कुमार,
अरुण कुमार।
you are present by the name Arun Kumar, right? Okay. Okay, Arun Kumar. हाँ, Arun Kumar.
एक बार बोल लो, वीडियो ऑन कर लो। एक सेकंड।
Arun, please switch on your video so that we can cross verify once. हाँ, that's good. Okay.
यही है ना?
हाँ हाँ.
ठीक है।
All right, Arun. You can close the video. So process is that there is a break session going on, and
ऐप से ही होगा क्या वो?
ऐप से ही होगा। नहीं, राइट क्लिक कर, जो क्रॉस लिखा रहा है ना तेरे सामने, राइट क्लिक किया था इसमें।
ओ होस्ट आ रहा है आपके सामने, दे दियो, होस्ट दे दूं?
चेंज लोड कर।
नहीं, ये आ रहा है ना मेक होस्ट।
क्या आ रहा है?
मेक होस्ट, ये तो रहा मेक होस्ट।
हाँ। इससे क्या होगा? इससे क्या होगा? इससे क्या होगा? बहुत सुंदर है, मेरे पास है।
बोला तो था मैंने कि आप लिंक दे दो बना के।
और क्या?
तब तो ये कह रहे थे नो 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 लिंक प्रोवाइड।
जगह नहीं है, जगह नहीं पूरा। अच्छा घंटे आगे। तो बंदों के निकालने को दो आने दो, उससे ले यार। मैं क्या करूँगा? बोर्ड पकड़ लो, यहाँ को पकड़ लो। सरकार अच्छा राम ले जाता है। ये बंदे हैं सारे। देखने का कि सारी हिसाब से ज़्यादा बंदे सीधे होंगे। खराब कुछ हो गया यहाँ पर इसको भी। तो इसे सिखाना पड़ेगा। ज़्यादा बस एक दो बार बता दूँगा मैं, करो क्यों आऊँगा ही नहीं मैं, क्यों? की बात की खोल रखी इस पागल ने।
scholarship programs annually and awards about 3,000 plus scholarships under 21 different schemes to foreign students from about 180 countries. Today we have Mr. Kailash Chand, Program Director ICCR. I request him to please come on the dais and share more information about it.
Good afternoon. I'm reading a message on behalf of Director General ICCR. We would like to thank Ministry of Education for agreeing to ICCR's request to incorporate ICCR requirement into the Studying in India portal. We are in close touch with AICTE and IIT Madras so that this work can be completed early. Generally, ICCR's A2A portal is opened in the month of February-March for registration of new students. This year, because of this pending integration work, A2A portal has not been opened yet. However, we have received feedback from IIT Madras, which is helping ICCR in this task. That is the work to integrate ICCR requirement on the SII portal will be achieved within next 1 or 2 weeks, and therefore we hope to launch this year's admission process by the end of this month. ICCR is the largest provider of Government of India scholarships for foreign students and has established brand recognition during the last several decades for ICCR scholarships. We therefore believe that ICCR's scholarship processing coming onto SII portal will be a win-win situation for all concerned. As mentioned in our earlier interactions with Ministry of Education and AICTE, it will be important for the dashboard for Indian missions and posts to also include processing feature of ICCI scholarships. Currently, they only have reviewing rights on the SIE portal. Also, the ICCI impanel institutions, which are about 125 or 127 in number, will need to also come on to the SIE portal at the earliest. It was keeping this in view that our suggestion of creating a dedicated bucket for ICCR on the SIE portal was made, and we are happy and thankful to AICTE and IIT Madras that this is being worked out. We will like to make an urgent request to all the institutions that are on ICCR panel to urgently register on the SI portal, because it will not be possible for them to process for ICCR scholarships in the coming academic years unless they come onto the SI portal. We are hopeful that the registration for ICCR scholarships on SI portal will commence shortly and that their subsequent processing will also be smooth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, for detailed navigation of the Study in India portal and integration of ICCR's A2A program, I invite IIT Madras and SII Study in India team to present the same.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Yes,
So very good afternoon to one and everyone. And now we have from IIT Madras, we have Professor Arun, and along with him is Dr. Rahul Marathi. They have worked closely on the development of the portal and the integration of ICCR portal with the Study India portal. So next slide. So Professor Arun, you can start now.
yeah, good morning, everybody. Am I audible to everyone? Shall I proceed? Okay, so yes, as explained by the stakeholders, yes, this SI portal is going to be a one-stop solution for all integrative nature of requirements among the academic institutes, students, FRRO, ICCR, and it is extending their arms to A2A integration to exchange the data completely. And yes, we are proceeding with the setting up the application and will be soon live. So with the upgraded version. See, as you see, the academic now the academic institutes are can get registered into the SIA portal. They can update the profile, and they can create the programs and the courses respectively on the disciplines which they are offering, providing the eligibility criteria. So, and similarly, so once it is done, the students can get registered and they can view the academic institutes and with the profiles and the basic information about academics and the details. Okay, so basically now the ICCR empanelment of institutes are happening. So that is there's a new feature we are coming in, we are bringing in. So ICCR can view all the institutes and they can empanel the institute which are eligible to eligible. And the similar way, students can also see the details about the institute which are empaneled with ICSR. So these are all the things we have done it already in our system, and soon it will be available in the production as well. So based on this, the students can register for the course, so they can express their interest, and based on that, the institutes can evaluate the student and they can provide the offer letters. And then the cycle goes to the student, and where the students can see whether they are okay with the offer letter and they can accept or they deny. So, and then guide goes back to the academic institutes where they can provide the admission letter. So, and meanwhile, so we are also providing extensive dashboard facilities for ICCR to log in and see what is happening with the institute and the empanelment features and everything. So this is the new login feature we are providing to ICSR. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So yeah, and then the mission. So far the missions are getting only the details about the students who are enrolled and who are applied and registered and denied. So the minimal information. So we are extending the feature of the mission login to provide more details about the students and who are getting the offer and to view the details about the student, and they can also recommend the scholarships by ICCR. That is, the mission is able to now recommend the scholarships for the ICCR to proceed. So that is also a new feature we are bringing in. Next slide, please. Yes, these are all the enhancements which we are talking about just before. So ICCR, mission, and the student. Yeah, the next slide, please.
And what is
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
once the student generates the unique ID, and using that ID, they have to go beyond on the A2A portal. So that will be explained by Professor Arun in the next slide.
Yeah. Yes, on behalf of IIT Madras, where we have a set of items to be incorporated in the system. Yes, as I mentioned, so there will be a unique student ID, so which acts as a key to get exchange across the different stakeholders applications for various activities. So that and the student ID will be exchanged across A2A application as well as the other stakeholder applications for the complete data exchange. So that will be the primary concept. So, and then now what we are looking at for the next set of my items, sir. So we are bringing in the features required for MHA, and we are getting into the new set of we are bringing in the AIS, CS, DS. So they are about to get the short-term courses to be launched for I mean, which is a 5 or 3 weeks period, and which is a complete cycle. So which is similar to the existing thing. So I mean, offering will be accepted from the institutes, and then the registration will get handled separately, and it goes on. So the complete life cycle will be handled through the SI portal, and there will be the data exchange will happens between across all the systems seamlessly. So we ensure the secure and user-friendly system to be available for this national initiative SII. Yes, and since I'm just getting into the screen prints which we are currently working on, so which are completed now, which is available on the testing. Soon it will be get into the live, and which will be available for the students. So this is the new login which we have created for ICSR, so in the SII portal. So next slide, please. Yes, so this is the dashboards which we are discussing some time back by everybody. So here we are providing the option for to handle the scholarships. So far it is not available. We have enabled this option to view and add or making deactive of any of the scholarships by ICCR, and total number of ICCR registered institutes and scholarship awarded. Those details are available in the dashboard. Next slide, please. Yes. So these are all the details. As in the left-hand side, if you see, so it is indicative that ICCR empaneled the institutes, and in the right-hand side, so there is action option given to ICCR to tag or untag an institute to make the empanelment successful. So this, and on click of the details, on click of the institute, the ICCR will be able to see all the details provided by academic as well as the course offered, and profile details, everything about the institute to know better and to take the necessary actions on the institute for empanelment. Next slide, please. Yeah. Yes. So and the scholarships. So this is dynamic in nature now. So earlier it was not. So now it is dynamic in nature, where ICCR can modify this list and edit, and they can offer more, or they can deactivate the existing. So the control is more now with ICSR and scholarships now. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. So these are all the details. Additionally, it's getting provided to the ICSR, and this is various reporting options which we have enabled. So that is how many number of scholarship has been awarded, a mission-wise count, and institute-wise count, and the student-wise count. So basically, good number of combination of reports and details are provided to ICSR to have a better view on what is happening in the system and in any given point of time. So since it is a dynamic, you'll get all the real-time data. Next, please. Yeah. Yes, these are all the reports and the details what we have added additionally. Yeah. So as I mentioned, so this is the mission flow. Earlier it was just a display of information here, so that it might be more interactive. So now, so we have make it as more interactive for each and every option given in the screen. So where mission can get into the system, get into each and every option to see the student details and what are their interests, where they have applied on, and the offer letters and the admission letters given to the students and what are all getting rejected. So it will be more interactive and more details for a mission to see what is happening. Next, please. Yeah, as you see, so missions can recommend a scholarship for an individual student. On click of a student, this is what the ID which I am being explained. There is a unique ID is getting generated from the system, so which is getting shared across its ecosystem of multiple applications to be maintained, and which will be a key parameter for a student, okay, to be verified. Okay, and on click of that, you will be able to see the details about the students on each and every item. So here it is the scholarship letter. So students can view and they can able to download. Next, please. Yeah, so this is the student screen. So where we are now introducing one more indicator in the left hand side of the table. To basically this screen, what you're seeing is about the institute landing page. I mean institute details. So you can do the filters, and then there is a distinguish information about the ICCR empanelment. So in the rightmost column of the table. So this will help the student to decide on which program so they want to apply. So this is one of the key factor for the student. Yeah, next please. Yeah, so this is where the student will see the details. I mean, once the institute offers the offer letter and the admission letter, so this is the place where they can come and see and view, and they can download the letters accordingly. Yes, as is, and the indicator is also given in the left. Next, please. Yeah, with the features what I have explained, which we have completed already, which is on the last mode of our production movement, and along with that, we are taking up the additional responsibilities, and we are proceeding with this. So we assure the secure and user-friendly and feature-rich system for the nation's initiative, greatest initiative. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity.
Here's the step-by-step guide through the seamless application process of Study in India. First stop, the Study in India website. Think of it as your gateway to a universe of possibilities. Head to www.studyinindia.gov.in and register yourself. It's easy, we promise. Start with your name, the one you go by in everyday conversations. Then, list your surname, the one that's on all your official documents. Now, move on to your country, your home country, the place your nationality represents and whose citizenship you hold. Follow that up with your telephone number that is accessible to you, since all institutions you applied to will reach out to you on it. Also, it's best if you have WhatsApp on this same number for easy access. PS, don't forget to add your country code before your telephone number. Of course, none of this will be possible without your email address. Just like your trusty phone number, we'll need a reliable email address to navigate all the communications, from the account activation link to the institute correspondence and communications. So pick an email address that's familiar and dependable, because it's going to be the compass for your future. Lastly, you need to pick a password to protect your digital space on the Study in India website. For utmost protection, it's best to have 6 or more characters and have an alphanumeric password for an added layer of security. Study in India will send you an email confirmation saying that you are all set up. Congratulations! Now all you need to do is click on Complete Now, after which you can log in with your registered email ID and password, leading you to your dashboard. Do note that this is mandatory and you won't be able to log in or fill out the application without doing so. First things first, let's cover the basics. This is where your personal details come into play, such as your name, gender, and birth date. But since you've registered, all the relevant information will be auto-filled from the registration page. You can't change your email address in the application since you've registered with that ID. You can move on to filling the rest of the basic details. Next, tell us about your home country, your country of origin, followed by your parents' details and your home address. It's important to provide a mobile number for your parents, preferably one that has an active WhatsApp profile. This makes it incredibly easy to get in touch with them should the need arise. Finally, you need to share your passport details and citizen number. Now remember, prospective students applying from Nepal and Bhutan do not need passports. They can just fill in their citizen number and move ahead with the application. However, applicants applying from other countries need to mandatorily fill the passport field. Now that you have filled in your basic information, it's time to hit save and dive into your academic journey. Before anything else, please refer to the grade conversion document at the top, since you need to provide the information according to the Indian education system. Say you are a student from Bangladesh. An A plus or a score between 80 to 100 or a GPA of 5 gives you a 90%. On the other hand, an A minus or a score between 60 to 69 or a GPA between 3.5 and 4 translates to 64.5%. Simple, right? Just consult the document, find your country, and there you have it. Now that the grade conversion is clear, present your marks in percentage under each field, starting from the secondary school to your most recent academic achievement. Only provide essential information and mark a solid no for the rest. If your results are pending, choose the result awaited option. For instance, if you're waiting for the 12th grade results, you can substitute your 11th grade marks. Next, move to the document information section. Gather all the required academic documents, your mark sheets, in digital format. PDF, JPG or JPEG. None of the files can exceed 2 MB. Also, if you have any other documents like your JEE, IELTS or SATs, you can merge the relevant documents into a single PDF, uploading it under the option of other documents. For the final step, you need to complete the mandatory procedure of uploading a JPG of your passport size photo and official signature. Once you've done the needful, click Save and prepare for the next step. To begin your course picking journey, you need to click on the Courses tab and wait for the page to completely load. It could be a few seconds since there's a huge database to deal with. Once it loads, you can see that there are filters on the left side of the page. To sort your preferred courses, you can use the discipline filter or even the course filter, but avoid using all the filters at once as the results may be affected. If you look to the right, you can see a search box at the top corner. You can use that to look for and apply to an institute of your choosing. In short, the left side filter is to manage your courses and the right side search box manages the institutes. It's time to embark on your academic exploration. Navigate through a variety of colleges, universities, and institutes to find your perfect match. Pick the discipline of your choice from arts, commerce, and science to engineering and even yoga. Yes, yoga! Take it a step further by selecting the degree level you are aiming for. Diploma, PhD, postgraduate, or undergraduate. Once you've found your institute, you'll need to click on the Details button in the last column. This will lead to the institute page opening where students can check all the details of the picked college. To apply to this particular course, you can just click on the Courses and Programs tab and check all the courses offered by that institute. Once you've spotted the course you want to apply to, you can click to show interest and wait. A thank you pop-up will appear and voila! You've just applied to your first course and your application's been sent directly to the institute. Once you've applied to your desired courses, head over to the My Course Choices tab. This is where you can check all the courses you've applied to so far. If you've changed your mind on a course, don't worry. You won't have to forcibly sit through it. You can simply click on the delete icon beside the particular course. There's no need for prioritizing the courses you've applied to in this tab, since your application is sent to all these universities. There is no extended submit button. You've picked and applied to your courses. Now comes the waiting phase. You will be able to receive multiple admission letters from various universities, each eager to welcome you into their community. However, there's a catch. If you've received any admission letter, there will be a specific date also mentioned, which is the last date of acceptance. So make sure to accept the offer letter on time or else it'll be void. You can receive multiple offer letters, but you can only accept one at a time. Got any questions? You can check out the FAQs page where we've got answers to what ifs and how come. And if you can't find your answers there, no worries. Share your details with us and someone from our team will reach out to assist you. Now that you know how to apply, it's time to unlock the gateway to your dreams by enrolling. So what's holding you back? Say yes to study in India and let your ambitions soar high.
Study in India are the foreign students who come to India with dreams and aspirations. To facilitate their visa application and make the process simpler, many steps have been taken by Government of India. To enlighten us more about the same, I invite ACP Harvinder Singh and Mr. Ajay Kumar from FRRO, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India on the dais.
Good afternoon. I am thankful to Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Education for organizing this orientation program. I, along with my colleague Ajay, will elaborate on the student visa. Grant of student visa is initially done by the missions, but after arriving in India, the student comes into the domain of FRRO. The role of FRRO starts with the registration of the student on his long-term student visa. There are 6 subcategories of student visa categorized from S1 to S6. S1 visa is for higher education, including in South Asian University and Nalanda University. Provisional student visa for short-term courses and for those coming under student exchange program. S2 visa is given to school-going children. This visa is granted up to 5 years maximum. S3 visa for studies in yoga, Vedic culture, and Indian systems of music and dance, and for Buddhist studies. S4 visa is granted for theological studies and for missionary students who comes to do religious studies into the missions of different religious organizations. S5 visa is granted to research scholars visiting research faculty, research scholar on bilateral exchange program, members of the botanical, scientific, anthropological expeditions. For those coming for internship in India, including those coming under French VII program, S6 visa is granted. Now the registration on student visa is done under the Registration of Foreigners Act 1939 and Registration of Foreigners Rules 1992. The purpose of registration is to create a database when foreign nationals are registered with FRROs, FRROs. The data are accumulated in our database, which consists of information of forms covering all visits to India, all types of visas that foreign national has obtained so far, and to keep a track of foreign national which may have bearing on national security scenario. Another reason is to predict the future trends. Future trends of travel of foreigners specific to the country and visa type can be predicted through registration database. Utilization in foreign/immigration policy formulation. The database so created can be taken into consideration by apex decision-making authorities for future policy making and formulation. Now, FRRO does deals with student visa at the time of registration. Then at the time of visa extension, we extend the registration as well extend the visa of the student. Students are normally granted a long-term visa that is more than 180 days, which requires to fill up an online application for registration within 14 days of arrival in India. For Pakistani nationals, this registration requirement is to be done within 24 hours of arrival in the country. Day of arrival is to be counted as day 1. Foreigner is required to register with concerned FRRO FRO in whose jurisdiction foreigner resides. Student visa in India can be extended up to 5 years, up to a maximum period of 5 years on yearly basis, except S6 visa, which is the internship visa. Along with registration and visa extension, a foreign student may also seek change of address/institute/course. Sometimes a student is issued visa with single entry or double entry, then he can apply for change of entries and transfer of residence also, which are dealt by FRRO. The documents for visa related services on student visa, when the common documents that are required for all type of services, including registration, visa extension, is a recent photograph of the student, copy of passport, copy of Indian visa, bona fide certificate from the concerned institute, proof of financial resources, and NRO account details at the time of visa extension. Proof of residence, it includes C form or rent agreement if it is staying in a private accommodation. And Form A, this is Foreign Student Information System FSIS, to be generated by concerned institute online through our website indianfrro.gov.in. In the end, there is a applicability of financial penalties in case a student violates the visa conditions. The financial penalties for overstay and non-registration by the student is charged as per rates. For overstay up to 15 days, there's no penalty. There's any change in the penalty? From 16 to 30 days, the penalty is 10,000 rupees. From 31 to 90 days, the penalty is 20,000. And above 90 days, the penalty is 50,000 rupees. Now, for non-registration, the penalty structure is different. This was for overstay. For non-registration up to 15 days, penalty is rupees 500. 16 to 90 days, the penalty is 5,000. 91 days to 2 years, 10,000 is a penalty. More than 2 years, non-registration entails a penalty of 20,000 rupees. For minority communities, that is the minority communities from Pakistan, Bangladesh and Afghanistan, on non-extension of LTV, this is not the visa. So this was a brief on the role of FRRO regarding student visa. My colleague is with me here. If anybody has any questions or seeking any clarification on student visa, we are here to address your issues. Yes. Come.
There is no fee. But when they request to change the program, once they finish the English program and they go to the regular program, they change the course, then I think there is a fees which is attached to it. So can we request, while all the heads are sitting here, can we request that at least once, for one time when they change the course, there should not be any fees?
So, as rightly said, sir, the course is structured in that way, sir. Like the person who has first time, when he has enrolled for some basic English. After completing 1 year or 6 months, he seeks change of courses, sir. But when you go through FSIS updated, sir, you update FSIS as an English courses, sir. So there is a change of course. So as per our manual, which we govern ourselves, there is a change of course fees applied, sir. So in this matter, we could not do anything, sir.
This is our suggestion. Actually, it happens most of the time. We have seen students when they come to India, they take the admission in some particular course. This also has happened. But when they reach India and they start pursuing that program, after say 1 month of the course, they come back, they said, we are not able to do this course, we want to change the course. Immediately that fees is applied, and I think it is 5,600 rupees, right? We have most of our institutions who have good number of international students. A major chunk of students comes from Africa, right? They are not from very good, financially very good families, right? They are just hand to mouth, about their education and most of them are self-paid paying students. So this is a challenge which we have faced in our institution. And secondly, as sir has rightly said, the student has got, once the student comes to India, he got visa for 5 years, right? So
he initially gets a visa for 6 months or
no,
1
he
year.
can extend and up to 5 years.
That is extendable depending on his continued studies.
Yes. So say for example, a student takes a program which is of 4 years of duration, right? Once he finishes the course, we try to encourage students to continue their master's program with us also. So in that case, this challenge comes because he finishes 5 years and the FRO says that now he has to go back to his home country, get a fresh visa. So please elaborate if we have anything on it. Thank you.
Sir, the question put forward, sir, I would like to tell one thing in this regard. The person who has completed graduation courses in last 4 years or completed 4.5 years, and after 4.5 years, he seeks change of courses, sir. Like after the duration of course, maximum duration of student visa course is only for 5 years. So is it possible that that could be extended more than 5 years? That we suggest either go back and come with fresh visa.
You see, the policy making is not in the hands of FRRO. We work on the guidelines as formulated by Ministry of Home Affairs. So the suggestion can be taken at higher level, and we will convey your suggestion to the authorities.
Sir, if the same course is going on, sir, the duration of course of same has been extended, then we extend one more year. There is no problem at all.
This is done in cases of students who fail in their some years semesters. So we give them extension to complete their courses.
We will not get any such student who has pursued same course and who has been advised to go back. But there are many instances where the student has not enrolled for last 3 years, and again after 3 years he enrolled in some courses or changed the university and seeking services for another 3 to 4 years. Sir, more than 5 years is very unforeseen situations.
See, if a student takes a break of 2 years, knowingly not studying in this country, then the question arises what he was doing for those 2 years. So the extension in such cases, still it is considered on case-to-case basis, but it is not guaranteed that he'll get an extension to complete the course after a gap of 2 years.
Excuse me, sir. Regarding that question, that may I answer for him, that everybody comes here in India for doing some such one course. So though he doesn't know that English and all, but what we do is we take the admission on the main course only, and side by side he will learn the English course. So this is faced by many institutions, that we are doing the same thing, that whatever the course he has taken first, that he will continue on that course. That English course is the add-on course, that one. We do that.
Sir, in this, I would like to give you a suggestion, sir. Whenever you are updating FSI subject, like foreign students information system, you just mention the same thing, whatever you are telling.
Yes, whatever the course he has come down here to learn, that course only we will mention.
Yes, sir.
In
Yes,
that C form.
Like
A
you are
form.
mentioning basic English courses along with the main courses, sir.
Yes.
The fee will not be chargeable, sir.
Yes, sir, that is that.
Update first time language, English language courses. After completing 1 year, then again generate FSI courses for some mainstream courses, sir. Then it will be change of courses applies.
Yeah, that case will arise very rarely, but mostly they come for one course, and one course they don't know English, but they learn English side by side.
In this case, sir, you mentioned in FSI, sir, the basic language course along with the mainstream, whatever is.
Yes, that's what. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, sir. Since the since this tenure for visa is 5 years, how do we connect these integrated courses? Like we have got integrated BTech plus MTech courses of 5 years. So we are not able to process those courses since the visa, we are getting a tenure of only 5 years.
Sir, again I told you, like student visa is maximum less than 5 years, but the same process of integrated courses have been extended in unforeseen or exceptional cases which is extended for 5 plus 2 years. Sir. But that is exceptional cases. You could not make like 2 years you have not pursued any course and you enrolled in 3rd year you enrolled in some courses and seeking another for 5 years. That is not possible, sir.
So integration of courses is considered by us. If initially it is an integrated course and the duration is known to us, then it is extended if the student is regularly pursuing his studies. We extend the visa. Yes. It is extended. Have you got any instance where it has not been extended?
No, not yet. That is why we are not putting up the courses.
The question doesn't arise.
No, we are not even putting those courses. This is the reason.
If the course is an integrated one, he has already been granted an initial visa by admission for that integrated course, and the duration of the course is well defined in the visa application, then we are extending those visas.
Okay.
We are not.
Thank you.
But sir, the point you mentioned, any courses in exceptional cases 5 plus 2 years, not beyond 5 plus 2 years. Sir.
Only if he fails or if he doesn't continue the course within that 5 years,
Exactly.
completes
the course. That should be structured once the student arrives.
Yeah, that is there. Structures is already there. Okay, thank you.
Myself, Dr. Arvind Kumar Singh from Gautam Buddha University. What I face is NRO account. Sometimes banks ask for Aadhaar card number or something to open the NRO account. So that should be addressed, I think.
Sir, this is a good platform to talk to you. NRO account is a non-resident ordinary account. Any foreigner who is coming to India, he must have some expenses. Any foreigner who is coming, so in what form is getting the money? To channelize all these things, we have mandatorily uploaded this document that NRO account should be mandatory.
That is mandatory, but when they go to bank account to open their account, they face this problem.
Sir, we should coordinate with the bank, sir. We give registrations. The only part we ask, sir, that we give registration, that is a mandatory document.
I am asking about that you just send to one instruction or advisory to the banks so that they can accept.
Then this is
the one request. No,
they will open or how can he have an Aadhaar card?
That is why I have raised this issue. I have already talked to the bank manager in my university.
And I also like to tell you, sir, regarding NRO account, we give extension for 6 months. 6 months, the next extension should be establishment of NRO account. But foreigners student, they never comply with this thing, sir. In some instances, they comply, and that is on your part also, since you are a student holder, sir, you should also comply with this thing.
Good afternoon, sir. With a vision of Vasudev Kutumbakam, we are inviting foreign students to our country, right? But in some cases, it has been found that in African countries, majority African country students, that we are inviting them to give a good education, but somehow some student is having different mentality, and they are doing not performing well. They are even not bothered to extend their visa and being overstayed here. In that case, sir, how FRRO can help us to deport that student? Because he is not ready to even book the tickets. He overstayed for 1 month, 2 months. Like,
You
so
see,
in that situation, how
in that
will it happen?
case, the role of the local police comes in.
Okay.
We can deport them, but we cannot apprehend them. The apprehension of a person living illegally in this country without a visa is done by the local police.
So in that
better
case,
report his overstaying or to the local police without visa.
So in that case, if he is not ready to pay, bear the expenses for travel. So in that case, what we can do? We can means how FRRO can help. That I want to know that. Does we approach to their embassy or how?
You see, if he is not able to meet his expenses to travel back, then his embassy should be approached.
Okay, embassy should be approached.
Embassy is responsible for their citizens living abroad.
Okay, so you
should take it up with the concerned embassy that such and such student is financially unable to.
Done.
And the local police.
Done, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Anybody else?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. This is regarding this Form C and Form S. I think, one have to complete Form C and then Form S also. And more than half of the, information are the same.
What did you say, sir?
So there is one Form C
one form
and then
S.
Form S for students. And if you see, out of 40 or 50 details, more than 25 or 30 details are the same. So we have to fill, again and again the same.
Just give me 2 minutes. I have my officer from the section Form C who deals with Form C. I'll like him to come to the dais and explain the issues.
More let us do this one will clarify for others again we'll come back.
Yes, we can come back again.
Sir, Form S or Form A is filled for students and Form C filled for foreigners. A student is also a foreigner. If he resides in a hostel or any premises, C form is mandatory for all.
No, my suggestion is that, the information are the same. So, and even the website kind of credential are also the same. So is it possible to, just fill in the one form and you can take from there Form C and Form S?
No, it's not possible. There are two separate formats as per Act, Form A and Form C. Both are mandatory.
Okay, thank you.
And you will have maintained the same.
Thank you. Well, thank you. We'll, if you have any other questions, we are here later to address your queries.
There will be a Q&A session after this session, so you can keep your questions for Q&A session. I now invite Mr. Sachin Saxena, Joint Director IT from NIC on the dais to share more features about Study in India portal.
Very good afternoon. I'm Sachin Saxena, Joint Director in NIC, Ministry of Electronics and IT. I'm thankful to the AICT, Ministry of Education, EDSIL, for sharing the views on the students' visa-related processes. For applying a student visa, a student has to come on a portal. That is a centralized portal that we have developed. The URL of that portal is indianvisaonline.gov.in. Right? There a foreigner is supposed to provide his details like address detail, passport details, his name, father, mother details, and the type of visa details. Right? So right now when the student visa, someone applies that, they need to provide the detail of the course, which course you are applying, which institute you are applying. So all those details may be verified at the later stage. But thanks to this Student India portal, right now that is validated by using the student ID. This student ID is a unique ID provided to each and every foreigner students. And why this ID? What will happen? We are from backend, we are syncing the data from the SI server with our visa servers. So all that information is auto-populated. So now what student will do? Student will just write a SID in the visa form, and the details of each course, details of each institutes will be auto-populated. The moment it's auto-populated, it is verified. It is not about to, no, we are not giving the validations for editing also, since it is revalidated. As well as the documents, if some documents have been received by the students to appear in a course, so that documents will also come from the backend. So now visa officer will have sufficient information to process this visa in a faster way and in very authentic manner. So that is one of the advantage that we are getting after Student India portal has been launched. And the backends also, whenever the students comes here, as FRRO has just said, the tracking of all those course details, whether he is appearing in the course, whether he is going to the right institution, and all those benefit to the students also goes in terms of various reporting to the institutes. So right now, actually, government is also planning in terms of we are giving a regular visa, right? So government is also, it's in the planning stage to give the e-student visa also, right? But that is in the planning stage, not right now we are having it. So in the terms of e-student visa, a student sitting at home can get the visa. It is, contactless and cashless service would be there. But I'm talking from future point of view, right? Right now we are giving the e-tourist visa, e-business visa, where a student need not to visit the mission, right? Right now what happens, if you foreigner student need a visa, he need to apply on the website, then visit to the missions with the documents, fees, etc. And then after actually mission provides us visa. But there is also one more type of visa, that is a e-visa, where applicant is not supposed to visit the mission. So that is the government is also planning in future for the e-student visa. So that would be more convenient. Now what we have done this, we have taken the JSON format data from the Ministry of Education, and we have actually compiled it and inserted in our visa data at the frequent intervals. Right now we are also planning for there are various discussions about the legacy data also, right? If a student has already got he's applied for the visa form, he need to apply, but the previous student ID is not there, so we need to have a student ID for all those past students also. So that is also we are planning. We also have a mobile app, Suswagatam mobile app for the foreigners that we have developed. So there also we are providing the facility of applying a visa. So regular student visa as applied into the web portal Indian Visa Online can be applied at the same time in the mobile app also. So all those actually applications comes at the centralized place for processing. So this Student India portal, it's really providing a centralized platform for the student, where all those different stakeholders like visa is there and other FRRO and all those missions, all those are benefited by using this data, as well as student and institutions are also getting a much accurate information in a timely manner. And seeking the I was just attending some other domain meetings, etc. This Student India portal example has been given to the other domains like medical visa also, right? There is a discussions on giving a individual patient ID to the medical visa seekers. Same way we have some for business visa, we need to have verified from the industry if we are giving a PLI schemes, etc. There also we are talking about some unique identifications to the applicants. So this student ID given to the students actually is really going to play a major role in the visa processing. That's all from my side. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any question related to software technology or any suggestions to improve the visa application process? I'd like to know here.
To coordinate the Q&A session, I invite Chandrasekhar sir on the dais.
Thank you, Dr. Ritu. So from morning we have seen the overall structure, how Study in India scheme is planned with the portal. And Chairman AICT also has mentioned about AICT India Education Facility Center, which they are coming up overseas. The portal becomes very comprehensive. Chairman Apex Group also mentioned about the directions, how innovations. We should also collaborate not only on the formal programs, but look beyond innovation. And we had also seen the visa modules, FRR modules, how they are integrating, how it is going. I think your questions now will make more valid in terms of how these integrate and how it will work for you best. So we invite questions from the audience. I think FRRO was asked more, but still we are here collectively to put things in perspective. And after lunch, we will like to hear from Indian missions, 2 or 3, the best practices, how the Indian missions have been helping for the Study in India program, because all these international initiatives, the Study in India program and the EDSIL and the Ministry of Education actively works with Indian mission in terms of reaching out to the key relevant stakeholders. And we have IIT Roorkee Dean is also here to share his practices, because IIT generally undergrad admissions is becoming difficult, but they have been able to admit PG students, and we'll hear from them. And IIT Zanzibar has its campus, how it has reached out, what are they trying to do, those we will have it post lunch, again joined by Dr. Shalia also to share us some insights into it. Sorry for a little bit putting you through the process, but it's my objective to think that yes, while you go back, I think we will have to contribute more into this and make this program a successful and national initiative. So that's my objective. So let's hear a few questions. And if anything is there, I think over the afternoon session also, we'll keep talking. Few questions, please, to the audience. Yeah, anything on the online coming up on the chat box, I think related to FRO visa, because they're not going to be there, we'll take it now.
Sir, is it necessary after providing the admission confirmation letter to the student, we can deny? Because I have already submitted 5 responses to the students who have uploaded their 10th and 12th mark sheet into the portal. But they have uploaded only 10th and the 12th mark sheet. Generally, we are one of the largest universities enrolling the ICCOR students every year in Gujarat. So basically what happens once the student is coming, we find the facing the issue of the language proficiency, like they are not knowing the English language, even they are unable to understand it. So in the ICCR there is a provision of English proficiency certificate. So is it possible that we can add that point into the SII portal? Because in ICCR we are allowing students, we are after checking the English proficiency certificate, we are only giving the admission. Because based on that 2 document, we cannot understand that they are knowing English or not.
Ma'am, I would request you to mail all those students. All the contact details of the students are there on the portal. You could mail the students and ask them for the English proficiency, the report which you are asking for.
Otherwise, if after they are confirming their admission, we can ask them for, we can even mail them that
Yes,
you can provide. Is it possible?
Yes, ma'am, you can mail them. That's what I'm saying. Even when you get the application, before even accepting their application, you can mail them or ask for a Skype interview from them. If you feel that the student is good enough and you come to the Skype interview, then you can accept the admission and upload the offer letter.
Okay, and what in the case of physically handicapped? Because same the ICCR is asking for the physical certificate that they are physically fit.
Ma'am, that's what I'm requesting. We only have a quite a few academic details which we ask for.
Okay.
If any of the institute requires any other documents, they can directly connect with the students via WhatsApp or via email and ask them to give all the necessary documents. Also give them a deadline that if they are not submitting the documents by that deadline, their application would be automatically rejected. Then you can go ahead and reject their application.
Okay, thank you so much.
Since English is the main mode of communication for education in India, so can't we make mandatory for the students, those who are supposed to take admission in India, they should be proficient in English? Because if we keep on continuing on Skype interview for all students, it will be cumbersome task for us. So it is not practically possible because none of the institute is providing education other than English language. So every one of us want students should be proficient in English. It is not practically possible because all of them, they keep on applying and we keep on taking interviews. So I don't think so it is a advisable approach.
So in the application in the eligibility criteria, for you also there is an option to add for additional documents. You can mention it there that you need an IELTS or TOEFL document if you are in a need of it. If the student uploads that document, you can accept that student. If the student does not upload the document, you could reject them. Yes. So, any other language? Because there are a lot of institutes which are also providing language courses. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Hello. Yeah, I think your question is very valid, and I'm from the Ministry of Education, who handling international cooperation. So, question is quite valid, and I understand that majority of the students coming to India would be using English as a medium to study and take part in the courses which our institutions are offering. However, it doesn't capture the entire universe. We have institutions who offer courses, language courses, arts, culture, music, which may not require that kind of an English language proficiency. So my point being is that a one size fits all kind of an approach might not be possible in this case. However, as we mentioned that the portal has some built-in flexibility for the institution to ask for more documents, ask for proficiency tests. Like when an Indian student is going abroad, sometimes there are countries which want TOEFL scores to be mentioned in their application, or some other requirement as per the course needs. So this is something which the institution can do at their end at present. However, we'll not be able to have a one size fits all kind of an approach with respect to English language. Yes, I agree. That's what I said. I know that majority must be coming for studying in English medium, but unfortunately, at this stage right now, we cannot adopt a one size fits all approach. But maybe going in future, we will look into it and see how best to say that. So, may I know which institution are you from? Okay. I understand that problem. And in fact, this is something a lot of our ministries who offer scholarships to foreign students also face. Like, for example, ICCR has this English language proficiency test, which has to be administered to the applicants, and they undergo that, and then we check their English proficiency. So there are measures which can be taken to ensure that the incoming students have minimum English language proficiency. This right now has to be done at an institution stage, the person who is offering the course at that stage only. We are not at a stage where the portal can handle this as a requirement in it. So we'll probably explore it once going ahead.
Which are we are very clear that they are not English speaking. Right? We are French countries, we are Portuguese, and specifically in Africa, and we have seen in Bangladesh also. Students who are coming, their proficiency is not good. So what we can do is, what we are also using as learning professionals, I represent learning professionals. So we take interviews, we understand that these students, even they claim that they have studied English and all those things, but if they represent these countries, we take interviews and then we decide whether we can take them into regular programs or we have to offer them the English language proficiency there. This is very important. What Sir has said, rightly said, the students, they come to India, say for example, the classes are going to start in July, they reach India in July, they start the classes and they are not able to understand, right? So 1 month, 2 months, they stop attending classes and finally they drop out. Private institutions, like what we do is that we don't give them regular admission unless we are clear that their proficiency is okay. So we offer them 8 months program, 5 months program, 3 months program based on the proficiency. And then we take them into the regular programs. So I think this initiative has been taken care by Study in India also initially, right? That English proficiency should be part of, because students are coming, say for example, Cote d'Ivoire. So Cote d'Ivoire, Gabon, Cameroon, these countries students don't speak English. They don't study English. But in order to get visa and come to India, this also has happened. They produce English language program certificates and they come to India. And then later on when they start their classes and they stop attending classes, their attendance got less, they are detained, they don't write exams and finally drop out. So I think this step should be taken very seriously. And Sir has rightly said, we represent a public institution. We are from the private institution. Like the numbers are far high. I recruit around 700-800 students every year. So this problem is very prominent, but we have to cater this problem with what Madam Suparna said, that we should take some interviews. It has to be, because students, unless you speak with the student, you check the proficiency, they come to you and then they will become a problem.
So I think here we are tackling two different kinds of issue, which are related. One, students who are coming from non-English speaking countries who might not have a study in English in their during their schooling in their own country. So one is that, and the other is that they are coming, but probably they are not very proficient in English in the way we are, in the way it is existing in our ecosystem. Like we had explained that the portal has a place where additional documents can be uploaded by the students. So it is at that place where the student can, the institutions, see once any incoming student will be taken to the institution's website, which is offering that course. And every course, the medium is usually mentioned that this course will be taught in English medium. So that is where the student understands ki if I am going to study in India in say lovely professional university, this course will be taught in English to me. Like similar, if I do it in a understand this in a reverse methodology, that if I am an Indian student who wishes to go to Germany to study engineering, and the course is taught in German, it's usually mentioned in the institution website. So when I am taking that call that I want to study there might I also understand that there are requirements that I need to understand German language as well. So and it has to be handled, I think, at the institution level also. Plus our portal does have a place where additional certificates can be uploaded by the students. It can be the practice of holding a virtual phone call or Skype call or virtual interview is also very good idea which institutions can explore. I think that is something where which can be looked into by others also who are facing this kind of a difficulty.
Madam, I am Professor Rao from Andhra University, Public University. Mostly we have got ICSI students. As you said, that this problem is almost cleared where the MSc is selecting the student for the scholarship. So their missions only that they are screening them for the English language and all, then they will only be selected there. For example, we have got Angola, students from Angola, which is a Portuguese country, and Mozambique, which is a Portuguese country. Mission is going to take care of their English, but if they are proficient in English only, they are being selected for the scholarships. This is for everyone.
Yeah, there are many such instances where scholarships are given by the foreign country. They know that what are the requirements when they are coming to India. So these are some practices which we can do. What we from the ministry and our Study in India team can do is that when we interact with foreign students, when we hold our fairs and exhibitions outside, we will also take part and sensitize the foreign students that this is an important requirement. So when our institutions go abroad and for student recruitment, for interacting with school students from these countries, whether it is Africa, Central Asia or Southeast Asia, we will also need to sensitize them of this one when we are doing our fair. So that is something which I will take away from this suggestion.
Coming through the scholarships like ICCR, we are also we are a private institutions. We are not recipient of ICCR scholarship, but we got some other scholarships offered by Study in India, which is the Syria scholarship, student scholarships, the Compact scholarships, and the MEA scholarships. But what happened is the timelines for these scholarships are not right. For example, in Syria also, what we have noticed and we have faced this challenge, students are not proficient in English, but they joined us in the month of November. Right now we are sitting in the month of March. There is no discussion about these. There's nothing happening. I think the Indian missions and the authorities also should see that we are sending students to India from these non-English speaking countries. So we should not, if we are sending it in the month of October, then we should send it for next year. Let them study 1 year in English program. Let them be proficient in English, because we in Indians. I'm from Punjab, right? We speak Hindi, English, Punjabi, right? So our teachers, faculties, we have faculties from all over India, but they don't speak their language, right? So that challenge will be there if we don't see the timelines. If we are sending compact students also comes in the month of October, November. I don't know about ICCR, but as sir said, if student is coming from Mongolia and Mozambique, for no reason they should be coming to India in the same year. They should be given 1 year of English. Let them study 1 year English and then start the regular classes. I think this will solve the problem. As you said, Germany, given an example, I think some of the German institutions, you have to study German for 1 year and then start the regular classes. Thank you.
Yeah, the issue of scholarship is something which we will have to tackle it on a case-to-case basis and separately, maybe not in this gathering, but maybe in it's Syria not a matter which we can tackle for under this banner. But we'll look into that issue as well. And as compliance officers in higher education institutions, one of the important role is to handhold the foreign students and sensitize them about our culture, sensitize them. There are foreign students who might know English but also face difficulty in understanding our accents. That is a very common thing which is noticed across India. So again, I would urge all the compliance officers to probably look into this as well, that all incoming, I'm sure you already must be doing it, but this might also help those students who know English, who have a basic understanding of English, but probably are not very familiar with our accent and our lingues which we use. Thank you.
Okay, quickly we'll take a few questions from the FRR. Can we come back if it is not relating to anything?
It's related to SIA portal.
No, let's come back. We have some few questions for FRRO coming online.
Yeah, the reason being then the concerned officers are here. So if there's any visa FRRO related issues, you may kindly take it up first. And then we will still be here during lunch and after lunch to handle other questions related to portal as well.
So we have got some online queries. I hope it will cater yours also. So first query is, which visa is for Ayurveda education? So the Ayush visa is on pipeline. and I think it is very soon it will be workable also. So Ayush visa is for Ayurvedic education, sir. The second one is requirement of G form. Those students who are pursuing PhD in India. Sir, I would like to tell about G form. G form required is only those students who have pursued master's studies in India and again they have enrolled for PhD educations. So basically the G form is letter from the concerned supervisor in which it is mentioned the course details and the topic of the research on which he is going to do. Because the research topic in as per the norms of research visa, the topic is need not to be changed. Once it has been finalized, so it need not to be changed. So the person who is already coming on S5 visa, the topic has already been finalized through the concerned institute. But the person who is there in India and have pursued master's study, he will take the phrase topic. So the requirement of GPOM comes here, sir. So the next question is requirement of Form S and Form C. Sir, first of all, I would like to tell what is the Form C and what is Form S. The Form C is basically the Form C is required the proof of resident or the lease deed. So it is very mandatory to every person or any hotels or any hostels of university wherever the foreigner is staying, they should generate Form C and it is already there at the website indianfro.gov.in, sir. And Form S is FSIS, Foreign Students Information System. It is already there with every institute who is recognized because all the students on student visa is coming on recognized institute. So the site is already there with at the indianfro.gov.in and they update their FSIs regarding the progress of the student in which they with the time passage of time they feed every details like percentage of attendance he has and what requirements. So with this thing progress we also go through the process of visa, sir. So it is all requested from all stakeholders, please update timely and so that we can also facilitate according to this, sir. And there is a change of course like many instances we get hurdles like if a foreigner student who has come for endorsement of some other university like say an example for university A and after coming in India he has joined university B. So again in which in this instance we take no objection certificate from on which endorsement he has been granted visa. So many times the foreign student did not fail to give the no objection certificate because it is the requirement of our visa details. Thank you. Anything else if you want to ask? Any visa related queries? Thank you one and all.
You're able to hear, Excellency? Okay, meanwhile, we'll take one question.
Agriculture related courses, fishery sciences, veterinary science is there, but some other subdomains are not available. One request is that should have an option of adding those courses either through one single point of contact or from our side. So second, my suggestion is that is there any option or any probability of having a bulk upload option? While we are uploading courses, if there is a bulk upload option also, it will help us in streamlining the information on SIA portal.
Okay. Okay, and now that since the portal is undergoing changes, we are looking at options. Even there are new institutions also to become up. We are looking at that options. But yes, it has to go program by program. But if any issues is there, please highlight on our email. Certainly, we'll be able to address that.
Good afternoon, sir.
Courses, right? So we need a discipline, program and the qualification of courses with the take over in which we can mention the education. And as soon as we are up and running with the education, we get the courses back. So you can add the
I'm Dr. Matthew Joseph from Sacred Heart College, Kochi. My query is regarding the procedure to be followed for the current foreign students. Will they have to register in the SIA portal, new portal again? Is there any formality to be followed for that?
You're from Cochin University of Science and Technology.
No, Sacred Heart College.
Sacred Heart College. Okay. No, we had morning. I had shown that 6 criteria. You have to just institute login is through using iShare code, creating your own password, and then you can upload.
No, I'm asking about the current students. We have
current student. Okay, we are evolving that format. Once that format is there, you may like to you can give in the details. As of now, we have not developed the format. We are internally discussing through the technical team. It will be made available soon. And an intimation also will come. Like we have now intimated that there is a workshop happening and there will be mandatory, though the official circular is still yet to come because we are discussing with all statutory bodies what will be the kind of, suddenly we make it mandatory from the current year, then you are not able to admit students. We want to little bit see that it sails through properly so that we get the policy in track.
Thank you.
This one? Yes, ma'am.
Then how would we get to know that the student got the visa or not, whether the student is coming to study or not?
Ma'am, in that you would get the details if the student has been issued the visa, that visa detail would come. That's why sir from NIC has come that they have integrated the portal like that. So if the students apply for the visa, all the details, like the student ID and all this, they have to mention it there so that when the visa officer checks from there, they can check all the details. And if the visa is granted, there is a two-way communication which happens from any head.
Okay, yeah.
So
That means we will get any kind of confirmation that student is coming.
yeah, student has gotten the visa or if he's coming out. Nepal and Bhutan students we cannot track because they do not need
Yes.
visa, but others you can track.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me. Is there any provision for the DASA students and all? DASA admissions.
No, DASA we have not covered in this. But again, to just supplement to that questions, in under the institution dashboard, you will see that total number of applications received. When you offer an admission, admissions offered, that cumulative number will be seen. Even once the visa is also cleared, etc., you will get a total number of visas issued for that particular institute. So on the DASA, what is critical is you only need to update the student how many you have enrolled. So for that the provisions are still being created, but DASA scheme will separately come, I think, in discussion with
Actually, DASA has their own separate portal which has been taken care with respect institute, just like JE and all.
Yeah,
But
that's
thing
where I
is-
told we have still not, because there is already a process like ICCR. There was already admission application to admission portal. Now we are integrating because that a visa is there. DASA also will see at least the number of applications coming through, because there is a student to study in India ID needs to be created. We'll allow that entry also, but let us complete this this process of integrating ICCR. Again, we'll come back, but that process we have still not gone into that. Please allow us
maybe
some more
next year it may be.
Yes.
So this is
You have joined. Okay.
This
Excellency,
is
you are there.
one question.
Let's give them. Okay, this time AICT is having technical problems. Last time we went through easily. We had allowed all missions to talk and interact. It was working. This time it has itches even within.
ये कॉल काट दो।
नमस्कार।
So you can.
I understand now it is audible and also you can see me. Just wave me so that I can. Thank you so much. So thank you very much for inviting High Commission of India in Nairobi here for this EdSills program. We are very happy that you have organized this. You have taken out today's time to do this comprehensive seminar or conference which is guiding all the stakeholders with regard to promoting education in India. I would like to start by saying that Honorable Prime Minister of India in Kevadia, when he was meeting all our ambassadors and high commissioners for HOM conference, he said, and then my high commissioner was mentioning that he mentioned that there were 25,000 plus alumni of Kenya. Now, 25,000 is quite a big number. But when we meet here people, be it our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, whom I'm going to meet now, the director of that Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he is alumni of India. Even the previous Director General of was alumni of India. Many of the ministers are alumni of India. Many office bearers and business people have studied in India. And they have risen in their career, they have risen in their post, which means that Indian education has lots of goodwill in Kenya, and people look up to Indian educated people. That is one reason why Indian professionals are in high demand in Kenya. And this is, I think, established truth. We are just walking on a path which has already been created. But it's a kind of shocking for us to come to today's situation when if I have to see my visa figure, Kenya's student visa in 2022 were only 275 and in 2023 was 356. And you know, many of them are I-Tech visa, many of them are ICCR visa, which means that many new students are somehow not opting to study in India. Why? There are various reasons. One is, of course, there is more opportunities for them to go to Western countries, including USA, UK, Australia, Canada, and now even in China. The number of students of Kenya going to China is also increasing. So, various reasons, as I said, maybe an opportunity to settle down in Western countries. So they get educated in USA, UK, Australia, they work there, they earn better salary there, and sometimes they also get an opportunity to settle down. That we all know, and we cannot deny this fact that that remains a big attraction for most of the students. Even from India, our students, when they go to these countries, they try to acquire residence permit there. So this attraction, we also need to fight against that one particular attraction. How can we counter that? How can we provide more value to the education which we are providing them in India? Is it about the quality? No. In terms of quality, they all appreciate India's education system. They all know this is very relevant to them. Perhaps our education system is more relevant to Kenyan students than Western educational system. Why? Because we have walked on the same path as Kenya is walking today in terms of their economic growth, in terms of their social progression. They are going through similar progression. So they look up to India. They look up to our experiences. They like to learn from us, our government policies, our social system, our business environment and ecosystem, as well as our skill that our professionals can put on the table. So all these are positives on which we can build. But currently, if the number of visa and the and the students coming to India is such less, then I think we need to somewhere review our system, that where we are failing or what we can do better. First thing I would like to say is EDSIL had organized an education fair here earlier. We would like you to come back. We would like you to organize another education fair, and I'll put a perspective here. Malaysia recently organized a big education fair, and Malaysia is taking 500 students every year from here now. One reason why Malaysia could take more students, I was discussing with their High Commissioner, and they said they have a pathway scheme. So their universities have tied up with Western universities. So this is another advantage their universities are getting, and perhaps our rules still do not permit, or maybe we have still not walked that path. When they study in Malaysia, get degree, combined degree or joint degree from the resident university as well as one Western university. So I think this kind of mm, things which other countries are applying, implementing, and getting more students. If we are here to look only from the marketing perspective, only from the perspective how we can get more students, perhaps these are the points we need to note down, and we need to bring in our, when we discuss our policy and when we discuss our strategy to bring more students to India. The English speaking population of Kenya, English speaking people in India, similar social system or cultural system, mutual friendliness, all these things are positive for us. I hardly come across students who would complain about their stay in India. Most of the time, they are very positive. They recall their stay in India very happily and very fondly. So it is all about the current package we are offering to them. That's perhaps our main marketing point, if we can bring something more on table. So not only for organizing the education fair in Kenya, but when EdSil comes, I would also like you to conduct a small survey, like what are the reasons why. And there are, like all other countries, there are agents. Now whether we like it or not, but they help them in getting admission, they help them in getting scholarships. So we might arrange your meeting with them if you are interested when you come here, and then you can take more points in your notes, which will help us in deciding our policy about the education. So with this, I would thank EdSil and Ministry of Education for organizing this today's conference, and our inputs are overall very positive that Kenya can provide a good hub from where at least 1,000 students a year can go to India, would like to go to India, provided that we are giving them equal opportunities in terms of positives, what they are getting from other places. As I said, the degree value, right? Nowadays, students also see what is the ranking of the university when they try to take an admission. And today's student is much more educated. I mean, they are much more smarter and aware. They just do one Google search and they know what is the ranking of particular university. So opening up of the better universities for them, even including private universities for them, and hand-holding support, providing better accommodation. Perhaps they are willing to spend $100 more if we provide them good facilities, good accommodation, and hand-holding facilities. I think that will add to the numbers. I am aware that pathway and all other things are completely policy decisions. This may or may not happen, but these are other attractions that students are going from here to other countries. So we may also look at them. We are aware that medical and some of the educational fields are not completely open for foreign students, or they are, at least they are not easy for them to get admission into, but that would be a big attraction if we can sometime open up for them. So that's all. High Commission of India is always willing to support all the students going from here to India. Just because we handle Somalia, I would very briefly say that Somalian students also like to come and study in India, but not in big number for various reasons, including security issues and various things. Not a big number of Somalian students are there, but they also are interested in studying in India. We will once again reiterate our request to EDSIL for visiting Kenya, doing a very good education fair, and also conducting a brief survey so that we can take this initiative forward with good success. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Excellency. I think in short we will come. Shalia, you would like to respond, or we'll just go to Ambassador, High Commissioner? Yes, yes. I would like to respond. Can you give your remarks, opening remarks, please?
Okay. Good morning. Hello. 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 Can you hear us? Hello.
You are able to hear?
Yeah. This is our turn, Tanzania or Uganda, Kampala.
If he's there, he can respond. Otherwise, if it's taking time, we can go
Yeah,
to
I
Commissioner.
think I am
High
also
Commissioner.
ready if I can. I'm from Kampala. I am ready if I can start.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, because I have another appointment after 15-20 minutes if I can finish. Um, um, Good afternoon to everyone in India and also my colleagues from the neighboring missions. So first of all, I thank Mr. Manoj Kumar, CMD EDCIL, and all the EDCIL team for inviting us to this event. And I echo some of the sentiments that my colleague Rohit from Nairobi said. Well, Kenya is a much bigger country. In Uganda is a smaller country, but from Uganda we have more than 1,200 students studying in India, and we have 32 scholarships given by ICCR every year to Ugandan students, which they use fully, and which means that most of the students, Ugandan students, who are in India, they are basically going at their own expenses. Number of scholarships are very few. And Uganda has its population is about 45 million, and they have more than 50 universities, and the major university they have here is number one public university is Makerere University, which is started from the colonial period when they were ruled by Britain, and that continues to remain the best university in the country even today. And but despite having many public and private universities, there are some challenges in education here, and well, people prefer to go to UK and Western countries for higher education, but the cost is prohibitive for them, and that is where India's unique selling point is that at a competitive cost we can provide quality education. But there are some of the things I think we can keep into mind to make India as more attractive destination for the students here. One is that the India's profile has grown quite a lot over the last several years, and everyone recognize as India perhaps something like next China and growing economy and becoming a major country, and people also expect at the same time that India's achievement in will be shown in each and every sector as it is growing. And so in terms of education, for example, if we talk of this sector, then so for example in Uganda, it's a poor country, and but they are doing very well. uh, if last week UNDP released its human development index, human development report 2023-24, and Uganda for the first time migrated from low human development index to medium human development index, where Tanzania has been there for a long time, but Uganda has first time gone to that category, and India is also in the medium human development index. So, but the difference with India is that Uganda has very rapidly growing population, has rapidly growing economy. The young population of average age is in 20s, so most of the population is teenagers or less, and which essentially means that the economy requires a lot of growth, and more than growth, the job opportunities. And we have a similar situation in India, but it is even more acute here. So for this country, I think if we offer them courses which are of that nature, which help them to come back and find job, and in addition to that, if students also get some job opportunity, even if they are short-term job opportunity in India after their degree, I think that will be something that will be very good selling point of our education in this country, keeping in mind the uh, the kind of economic development stage and rapid population growth stage they are right now in. So I am also ambassador of India for Burundi. Burundi is the poorest country in Africa, and that and their first language is not English as in Uganda. Their language is basically first, apart from their own mother tongue, their language is French because of the colonial history. But despite that, they like Indian education system. We have 10 ICCR scholarships for India for Burundi, and the demand is always more than that. Beyond that, there are very few Burundian students in India, and it's a smaller economy also. So I would focus more on India. We have Uganda. In Indian community in Uganda is doing very well. They are basically many business sectors. Indian community business owners are among the top, and both in manufacturing as well as in certain service industry as well. So Indian, because of that reason also, India has high prestige. India is also a quite a significant destination for medical tourism. Many people from this country go to India for medical treatment. So we have basically all the positioning for enhancing our profile in the field of education, if we can fine tune it to uh, their uh, requirement, and for education for them, like elsewhere in the world, is about job and jobs. Yeah, thank you very much.
Dar es Salaam. You're able to hear us, Excellency?
Yeah, hello.
Please, yeah.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to ETSIL colleagues and High Commissioner sir in Uganda and colleagues from High Commission of Kenya. So I'm Manoj, Chardi Affairs from High Commission of India, Dar es Salaam. I would also like to thank ETSIL for organizing this video conference and inviting us to share our views. This is a very good initiative. In fact, ETSIL, we were preparing to welcome your team here in Dar es Salaam for this education event, but I presume that that is not happening for now, but I hope that it will happen sooner than later, sometime, maybe in April, I believe. So we are ready to welcome you here and we'll provide all the support and cooperation, whatever needed for your event here. As you know, India is a popular destination for higher education for Tanzanians. Other countries are also competing with us. They also opt for China, US, and the Scandinavian countries. But India has its own sort of attraction. And many Tanzanians prefer India because of similarity in our culture and affordability. That is the main reason. I think several thousands of, not several thousand, but several hundreds Tanzanian already study in India. Last year, we issued around 1,500 student visa, which includes our scholarship candidates. And this year, 23-24, we have issued even more than that, around 1,650. So I think we are doing good. But if we do a little bit more efforts, perhaps more students can go to India because as I said, we have here a big expatriate community also, around 60,000, 40,000 diaspora and around 20,000 Indian expatriates. We have Indian school, CBSE school. There are other schools also where Indian expatriate children are studying. So they are the target. Many of them prefer to go to European and USA, UK, Canada, etc. But if we are able to promote our education institutions properly, they may be sort of potential students which may go to India. As you know, we have Indian government has this IIT Madras campus has been opened in Zanzibar. That should not be, that is not a competition because they are only started with 2 courses. In fact, that gives more visibility of Indian education system among Tanzanian students and Tanzanian as general. So that is also a sort of a good thing that happened for promoting Indian education in Tanzania. The sentiments which or the statements which have been given by our Kenyan colleagues and High Commissioner in Uganda, almost similar for Tanzania also. So I don't want to repeat the same thing again for the sake of time. As High Commission, we assure full support whenever, whatever you want, including issuance of visa, that this portal, whenever it will, I believe it has not started yet. Students have not started using this portal. So whenever it become operational, we will do our bit, and whatever required from us, expected from us, we are always there. So with these words, thank you very much for organizing this VC once again. And if something you want to ask, we will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an entertaining and enlightening session. Thank you so much for joining and giving your insights regarding the education system there and helping us to understand everything. So now I would request our ED sir to kindly facilitate all the people who have, given us such insights and taken the question answers to in the dais to facilitate them for their efforts and time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Shalia Shah. I'm Deputy Secretary in Ministry of Education handling international cooperation. Honorable High Commissioners, Deputy Chief of Mission, Charge d'Affaires who have joined us, and representatives from various mission officials who have joined us for this gathering. I thank you you have taken time from your busy schedule despite such varied time zones. And thank you for staying with us and addressing us, sharing your concerns with us. What From the Ministry of Education, the National Education Policy, which was launched in 2020, it envisions to establish India as a global study destination, offering premium education at affordable cost. And this is our mandate, what we want to promote through Study in India, through Study in India program, through our Study in India portal as well. We want to attract more foreign students to come to India. We want to make their journey of admission and visa process easier as than what it was in the past. And we require the help of all the stakeholders which are present here, the higher education institutions, our missions abroad, Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Home Affairs, to make this a fruitful adventure. And with regard to the portal, we have noted the feedback shared by our missions. And just to clarify that our Study in India portal is currently live. In fact, students have started using it. More than 50,000 students have already registered themselves on the portal. More than 150 offer letters have also been issued to the students. So this information is specifically relevant to our missions who have joined us, because very soon these students who have received their offer letters will be applying for visas. And this is the next step where the role of missions also comes into play. The visa application approval process and we have shared login credentials with each and every mission. So through this platform, I would all the missions who have joined us, I would like to request them to verify the login credentials. If there are any problems in accessing their dashboard, that can be highlighted to us so that it can be addressed in a timely manner, so that once the students start applying their visa, we are ready with our system, our technical ecosystem permits that, and it's a seamless process for the student who's undergoing this admission and visa process through the Study in India portal. Those who are present physically in this gathering, we'll keep interacting about the portal and what will be your role, what will be the role of missions, how the students will be coming in. We'll keep interacting. But thank you. I just wanted to convey my regards to all the mission officials who have joined us, and we will keep our session open. And we have been receiving a lot of queries through chat boxes, and we'll be addressing it as the session progresses. Thank you.
We would just facilitate all the people who have joined us and helped us to answer all the queries. Financial license. Thank you, everyone. So we'll now break for lunch. We request you to kindly conclude your lunch as soon as possible because we still have 2 more sessions to go after this. Thank you, everybody.
So lunch is in the. Somebody will write.
Yes, sir. There is. So I'll resume back. So this is the last session of the day. I'll start with the introduction of Dr. Shalia Shah. So Dr. Shalia Shah is an Indian Foreign Service officer of 2012 batch with an MBBS degree from GIP NER Puducherry. Ma'am has worked in various divisions of Ministry of External Affairs at New Delhi, including Southern Division, United Nations Division, during India's tenure at United Nations Security Service in 2021-22, and has also handled India's Development Partnership Program. Ma'am has also worked as Third Secretary at Embassy of India in Jakarta. There is also one thing which I would like to point out here is that Ma'am was the first woman officer to assume the post of Consul General of India in Sumatra. Dr. Shalia is currently posted as Deputy Secretary in Ministry of Education, handling international cooperation. I would request Dr. Shalia to please come on. Good afternoon once again. Thank you so much for the generous introduction. Post-lunch sessions are the worst to address because everybody is so in the mood of taking a quick nap. So I'll be very short, very brief, and there is very little which I can add to at this stage because you've been here present with us since morning, and you've seen how we have work together to develop this portal. Some of you are already using it through your institutions, and some points which we have highlighted even in the earlier sessions, I would just reiterate that a bit. It's that the Study in India portal was launched uh, for the one purpose, one aim, that to make the process for foreign students coming to India easy. It should be easy for foreign students to see what kind of courses are available in India, where they can study. If they want to take admission in particular institution, they should be able to do it through the portal. If they want to get visa for that particular course, once they have got the admission letter, they should be able to do it. So with that idea, we had worked towards it, and now our portal is live. So we will soon be reaching at a stage where the foreign students will start applying for their visas as well. So the role of all the stakeholders who were present since morning with us in this orientation workshop is very important. All of us have to play our roles in our own field to make this entire exercise successful. Uh, Creation of the portal, maintaining the portal is something what Ministry of Education and ETSIL is doing. But the proper functioning of the portal, whether how feedback which will help us in improving the process, this is something which we need from you, and we are open to suggestions. Some of the suggestions which were shared earlier in the sessions in the morning were very well noted, and we'll be working towards it. We would like the subsequent sessions to be interactive, and we would like to hear more from you. From the ministry's perspective, there are a lot of things in the international cooperation division which we handle. We interact very frequently with our partner countries. We have a lot of delegations which come to us, and all of them have one query, like how can their students come to India? They praise our education system a lot. Then there are delegations which come from countries where which is composed of students of people who had studied in India and gone back and risen to various positions in their government, where maybe they are some successful businessmen in their own country right now. So the appreciation for Indian education system is pretty much there. A lot of people are interested to come and study in India, which gave us the confidence to develop this kind of a portal, and we definitely need your help to go ahead and make this into a reality. Uh, so I will not bore you further because things have been said again and again. I am very delighted to know that there are certain representatives from higher education institutions like IT Roorkee, IT Madras campus in Zanzibar, who will be addressing you very shortly. And after that, we'll take some of your feedback and we can go from there. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We'll move ahead with the next part of the session. That is, we'll be discussing about institute best practices towards internationalization of HEIs. Now we know what it refers to. It is a strategic approach and action aimed on enhancing global engagement or promoting diversity and fostering international collaboration. So to elaborate ahead in this on this topic, I would like to invite our guest, Professor VC Srivastava from IIT Roorkee, who is with us here. Also joining us online would be Professor Preeti Agrehayalam. She's joining us from IIT Madras. She'll be on online mode. So I would request the professors to please come.
So thank you very much, Dr. Shalya, Dr. Chansekar, whom I had interacted earlier also, and all the SII and EDSIL team for giving this opportunity to interact. So I'll be briefly telling it. So I have PPT. So before that, so I'll start. So IIT Roorkee is one of the oldest institution in whole of the Asia, technical institution. So we celebrated 175 years last year. So the legacy is there, but the legacy has to change, has to be taken further. We want to move further, like become a corporate similar to other institutions, competing with the best in the world. So, and if this is the target, so that means we should have a large number of foreign students and as well as faculty and other staff. So we are looking forward for that and preparing ourselves. So we have made a lot of changes with respect to our policies, with respect to admission of the foreign students. Certainly we are governed by the IIT Council, the procedures and other things with respect to admission in the UG program. So the admission in the UG program is not open until unless the students actually compete with the JEE exam or the SAT score or otherwise. So that is a difficulty that we have. But IIT Roorkee has been focusing last few years with respect to admission in the PG and PhD program. And we have been doing a lot with respect to that. And I'm proud to say, though the number is not that high, but IIT Roorkee has highest number of foreign students among its PG and PhD program among all the IITs, ISC, etc. And we are by far 3-4 times the second one. And so what is that is helping us in the admission of our institute? So there are many perspectives that we are taking care along with the admission, then the management of the institute when they stay on the campus, along with the FRRO team or otherwise. So there are various aspects that I'll be discussing. In addition, there is also very important that we should have lot of bilateral and joint or dual masters or PhD degree program. So this aspect also we have been taken care, and IIT Roorkee has 5 joint PhD program, which is, and one of the universities is not well known, you will not know maybe, University of Strasbourg in France. So if I say it has 10 Nobel laureates, you'll be surprised. So it has 5 working Nobel laureate in the university itself. And we have a joint PhD program with them. As per ranking, they are not as high because they don't bother about ranking. But they do have. Similarly, we have been, right now we are doing a joint PhD program will be announcing with some UK universities, top end UK universities, and Canada also we have. So we have been focusing on this joint PhD program where our foreign students can also take admission. So that probability is open. They can go for a lot of exchanges and otherwise. Is the slide open? Okay. So in addition to that, recently what we did is that probably this is the first joint master's program with 3 Taiwan universities in semiconductor technologies. So already admission has happened. This is in master's program. So I'm talking none of the programs are UG. All the programs are PG or PhD. So joint master's program with 3 Taiwan universities in the semiconductor technology, and already the students are there in Taiwan. So all these things require a lot of meetings, continuous interaction. For the case of joint masters, I think we had more than 30 meetings before finalization could take place. So a lot of such activities are required, and we are doing that. The internationalization not only helps in the admission of international students, we get to have projects and money out of that. So we can, IT Roorkee is now has lot of international projects, including multinational and bilateral also. And this is based upon the interaction that we are having. So I'll quickly, can I change the slide myself? Okay, so can we go to the next slide? Okay, leave it next, please. So it is important to highlight the ranking in any of the presentations or otherwise. Here also, like these people don't know that IT Roorkee has 3 campuses. So you can see the campus GNEC, which is Greater Noida Extension Center. It's very near to Delhi. And in fact, SII is also trying to use that for some purposes. And then we are organizing a lot of like industry oriented programs via online mode as well as physical mode in our GNEC campus. It's roughly 12-13 acres. Similarly, we have in Saharanpur, and main campus is in Roorkee. And the blue oval colors are with respect to airport, so not very far away. Also, whenever we are projecting ourselves, depending upon the institute, it is important to tell the students that we, next slide please. So we are fully residential campus. That means all the students, all the faculty live on campus along with their family. Okay, and this is a great mode of interaction. So I meet my staff, my students, not only during the class, after the class, during the cultural events, or otherwise. During Sunday also, I'll be getting bored in my home, so I'll be coming to my department, and students are also coming in the department. So it is continuous interaction, and lot of extensive sports facilities, clubs, etc. are there. We also sometimes play with our students during the sports sessions or otherwise. So this is a continuous interaction which is happening, and it helps in the overall development. Next, please. So these are the department and academic centers. Here, I like to highlight this. So the yellow color. So we have 23 departments, 9 now. In fact, 10 academic centers and 1 school. All the yellow color ones are the ones which are having UG program, and each and every center, department, and school have UG, PG, and PhD program. The one listed from 17 to 23. We get large number of international students in these departments. So like water resources and development, we get 50 plus PhD or foreign students every year in this department itself for admission. And this is so because the African countries, Gulf countries, or the Asian countries where actually they are trying to progress. So they are looking for courses which can help them progress in their journey. And so this helps us. So not only the traditional engineering branches, we get lot of students in other branches, like earthquake is unique to Roorkee, nobody has. And we have all the facilities related to earthquake engineering. Recently, we opened an international center of excellence for dam. Now, whichever country is going to build dams, so they look forward for doing this. And we have these programs which are helping us develop. Now, next please. Yeah, next. So this is already told. Next, please. Next. Next. So all these things we can highlight. I will come to the main international slides. So please, next, please. Yes, next. Okay, so this is now we got roughly 1100 applications last year for foreign students admission to our all these the countries which are marked in some color or otherwise. These are the partner countries with whom we have some MOU or otherwise. And some of them are maybe not working, but majority of them are working. And we have continuous exchanges which are happening. Many of them right now on campus, there are 30 countries represented via different students. So this is on campus. So we are already a diverse institute in terms of nationalities. Next, please. And already highlighted that we have current dual or joint PhD partnerships that are there. So here the focus is not only that our students should go to good universities, it is also that can we host students from our neighboring countries. So this policy we have enacted right now, and we have done a MOU with Tribhuvan University, which is one of the biggest university in Nepal. In fact, it is fourth or fifth biggest university in terms of student strength in whole of the globe. It has 4 lakh students, okay, registered in one university. So this is similarly we have a joint master's program with Taiwan universities, and we're looking forward. We are so open that if any student performance is good and he has gone to some other university and that university is willing to offer him degree, then we are open for student specific joint or dual doctoral degree for that student also. So that openness has been already there, and we have done all the things that are required for all such things from the institute main body, that is we call it Senate. Next, please. So these are the admissions that international students take place, various scholarship, study in India, ICCR. So this is good that now integration has happened, and this will help us getting more number of students from foreign countries. So we are getting students via all these methods. Other funding agencies, there are sometimes student country specific programs are also there. So via that also we get. Next, please. This is the foreign student at present at IIT Roorkee. So you can see this is the current data right now today. So I have taken the screenshot in the morning and added here. So right now 210 students are on campus. More than 70 international students were awarded degree in 2023. More than 100 international students took admission in autumn semester 2020-24. And you can see the countries which are represented right now on campus. And the female to male ratio, everything is listed here. Next, please. And so we are also looking for a lot of student mobility, both outbound and inbound. Next. Next, please. Yes. So we have currently, in fact, 19 number of IIT Roorkee student exchange program. So we have a dedicated portal via which all the student exchanges take place, and some of them are working very well. In fact, like Australian National University, 15 students go for student exchange every year, and similarly with other universities, Nigata and everybody, we are these are many of these programs are working very well, and we may do this via some portal. So next, please. Similarly, we also maintain a record of how many students are going every year beyond our own IIT Roorkee exchange program. So we have a dedicated website where each and every detail with respect to any of the program which is open is given. In fact, the previous program details are always present there. And we also maintain the list of beneficiaries which got selected in these such programs previous year. So what we do is that we have a IR cell, we call it. So next time, suppose the MITEX Global League Fellowship is open, so that IR cell will organize a program in the institute where the present students are willing to apply, will be guided by the IR cell or the previous students, and thus they can benefit out of that. So this way we are working. Next, please. In addition, we are getting students via exchange or internship from several partner institutes also. So we are getting now from MIT also 2 or 3 students. So this is a great scenario where all the foreign countries are actually looking for some Indian or Asian exposure. Now within Asia, India is better because we are generally teaching in English only. So the students can come and stay easily. And Roorkee is like putting forward that we are open for any hosting any such students and try to provide all the best possible facilities that are possible in the institute. So this way we are getting, and in any such exchanges or partnership program, I feel that 5 to 10 student number is the breakdown. If we can reach that, then there is no need for any advertisement. The advertisement happens via mouth to mouth. So we get next time certainly few students via that. So that until unless we reach that 5 to 10 number, we have to continuously push for getting students or offering internship or otherwise. So next please. So these are the different international research networks we are partnering. Next, please. This year only there is one heritage network, which is we are going to host this, and this is India Europe network, and 14 European universities will be coming on campus for this network. This is more research oriented, okay, and exchange oriented. So we'll be doing that in Roorkee from 8 to 11 this year only, next month. Next, please. Similarly, we are looking for joint funding. I'll be not discussing that much. So we are applying for all this, and we have a dedicated portal via which any of our faculty can identify any time that how and where the MUs are there, who from any foreign universities has visited at what time. So they can suppose there is partnership open for Brazil for the case. So we have a dedicated portal. The faculty can log in, can cross-check from Brazil who has visited us, or vice versa, which of our faculty has gone to Brazil. So they can easily get the link, and then they can apply for these international projects. So any country, so we are open. If you ask me, in fact, you give me 5 minutes. So I can share what IIT Roorkee is doing with any country within 5 minutes. A PDF file with all the visits, all the MOUs, all the papers, everything with a click of button. So that is there. So next please. So similarly, faculty exchange we are open. So a lot of programs are there, government agencies. So we are highlighting our faculty colleagues with respect to that. Next please. So similarly, visiting faculty, now we are offering to foreign nationals also up to 5 years, and we have got some application, and soon we'll be hiring foreign nationals also as faculty in our institute. Next please. So this is the International Relations Conclave. Dr. Chandrasekhar was also there, and he shared a lot of things. We are planning to, so this International Relations Conclave was specific to all the IITs, but we are planning to organize an International Relations Conclave for all public and private universities. Certainly will require help and support from AICTE, SII, ETSIL, etc. towards, and this International Relations Conclave will be towards attracting and managing international students on campus. So this is the idea. We'll be soon announcing this. Next, please. Now, what are the novel practices? Certainly, all of you have a lot of students. So you may have also lot of novel practices in your institute. These are some of the things that we are adopting. So we have a unique portal which has all international activities, including admission. So admission, student exchange program, faculty, if they have to take ex-India leave, that will be via this portal. Any faculty visiting us will be via this portal. Then all the international activities will be maintained on this portal. And then the connections that are there, etc., will be via this portal. So this portal has been developed inherently by us, and we are using this. Last year, for the case, we got 1,040 applications. We offered more than 200 admissions, and we do take interviews. So there is none of them are offered without interviews. So we have a committee. You can see IR advisory committee and IR coordination committee. So coordination committee has one faculty from each department and center. So he coordinates the admission activity of the respective department. This is fully online, and then they will take interviews or otherwise. We have in our portal, in fact, if the student lists his phone number, So we can make the call via international portal. Okay, so there is no faculty needs to call by their mobile. So the bill will come to my office only. So the institute does not need to bother about all this. So they can call anytime, they can take interview. And so we offer more than 200, but actually the admission take place around 100. Certainly there are limitations because the ICCR we offer more, and but the students don't get that much of the scholarships, so admissions do drop. And also sometimes some students are offered in two places, so they may go as per their preference. In the With respect to students, what we have done is that we have two international student bodies. One is called International Students Affairs Council. So they will take care of everything. So during admission, they will help in the admission. Then when the students come, they will help in the filling the forms, and also with respect to accommodation, with respect to hospital, with respect to sports or cultural activities. So everything is taken care by this International Students Affairs Council. So the students first need to reach this ISEC before reaching out to me. And generally the problems will get resolved in ISEC itself, so it need not come to me. Then we have an IR cell that actually organizes all the programs. Like any exchange program is open, so they will organize the events, workshop, etc. And certainly supported by my office. Also in the topmost highest student body, which has around 6 in number for whole institute, one student, international students members is compulsory. So we appoint one international student as part of our highest student body, which is there in Roorkee. So they have a representation. Similarly, we organize international students specific cultural and sports event. Then international students are eligible for any dual, joint or exchange programs. Also, we organize alumni meets in foreign countries. So we have done in Ethiopia, in Nepal, certainly US, UK, Germany, etc. are common, and we are planning to do other places also. So, and in like Ethiopia, we may be having more than 400 alumni. In Nepal, more than 3,000 alumni. Okay, so Nepal has a lot of record. We are organizing courses. This is important. The first one, Hindi. So a student body actually requested us to organize a course in Hindi for foreign students, so that they can interact with the local persons in all around. So we started organizing a specific course for Hindi in the for foreign students. Generally they are okay in English because we do offer them admission via interview. So there is no problem. Similarly, we are organizing right now. There is a French course which is running in the institute. So we are organizing courses in Japanese, French, German, etc. And this is all done by IAR office. So next, please. Now, what are the challenges? Okay, so this is also important when I'm here, so I should list the challenge so that we can discuss on this. So continuous interaction with HODs and faculty, informing them regarding credit system. So we have 30 plus, 40 plus countries admissions are happening. Now they, in IIT system, the faculty and the HODs are very, they want this, okay, the student is not good or the system is not clear, they have not taken 4 years bachelor's program. So all these information has to be continuously told to the HOD or respective coordination committee member. Until unless it is informed, they will reject the application without considering any single time also. So but this is challenge. Some countries have 13-year initial teaching, some countries have 12-year initial teaching. So this is the role of IR office, that they should know what is the way that that country the teaching happens. So if they have 13 years of teaching, so bachelor programs are 3 years. So whereas we have 12 years teaching, so bachelor program are 4 years. So that information has to be continuously shared with our faculty colleagues. Then we do offer many ICCR students admission, but finally they don't get the scholarship, so the admissions get dropped. And this is actually, sometimes the HODs are telling we offered this many fellowship, but only 5 have come. We have offered 15. So then we have to clear them. What we offer, actually final offer is by ICCR. So there is one tweak which has to be done in this. Then improving the students' accommodation and mess facilities with respect to foreign students, it's a challenge. and we are trying to do well in that. In fact, that's why we are getting a lot of students. Improving the interaction with local people via teaching Hindi language is important, or if it is in Tamil Nadu, maybe Tamil language or any other regional language. Non-uniformity in academic calendars and credit systems. This is another bottleneck which is there. So like in Roorkee, the admission starts from 15th of July. In some other IITs, it's 1st of August. Some other institute, it is 1st of September. So this is a difficult situation. So we sometimes the students is willing to come, but we turn down the offers which was done earlier because the calendar has already started and we cannot take admission further. Then students requesting for allowing to sit in the placement is another challenge which is coming, and then the foreign ministry will have to allow different countries for if their students are allowed to sit in their placement. So this is one challenge that now we are facing because the placements are nearly 100%. So the foreign students are also want to sit in the placement, and then there is a problem because we cannot allow them to sit. So this is another problem which is creating. Few students are not willing to go back to respective countries, thus they delay their masters and PhD program. So this is purposefully done, and this is, I understand their problem if they are from Afghanistan or Syria, that they are not willing to go back, but this is a challenge that how to take care of that becomes a challenge. So this is it from my side. Thank you very much. Next, please.
Thank you, sir, for such insightful presentation, which was reflecting the preparedness of IIT Roorkee for internationalization and with a strong proof that international alumni presence in your campus. Our next guest is Professor Preeti Aghalyam. She's joining from Zanzibar campus of IIT Madras. Professor, we welcome you. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you so much. So happy to be here. I regret that I couldn't be there in person at this wonderful meeting. I'll just share some of the thoughts from IIT Madras on this topic. I do thank my colleague from IIT Roorkee for a really well thought out presentation that gave very practical viewpoint on all the opportunities for internationalization, and also I really like that he highlighted those challenges. At IIT Madras, we definitely echo the sentiments that were presented, but thankfully I don't have too much of material that overlaps with his, so I hope that you will enjoy this presentation. A little bit of, I know this audience doesn't need it, but we believe that the success of the IITs is contingent on the fact that we give such a stellar student experience to everyone that comes into our campus. And also that at the same time, we manage to retain sky high the aspirations of faculty that are part of our system. And overall, for both the bodies, both faculty and students, the focus as far as the institution is concerned is to ensure that there is very good impact, positive impact on the country and the world. Now, given that this is sort of the philosophy with which we have operated for so long, and that has articulated the success of the IITs, the question has been, how does one broad base this kind of experience? And, you know, when you talk about internationalization, are we ready for a really large scale internationalization, opening the doors to various types of internationalization at this point, without, of course, the compromise on any of these three elements that we think are important? But of course, we have gone forward with the internationalization steps, many of them. And I want to talk a little bit about the specific and positive experiences of IIT Madras in this regard. First of all, like they said, like IIT Roorkee's experience, we also found that setting up a dedicated international admissions office was very important. Of course, the policy documents from government and the deliberations of various committees do sort of give us the direction on this. But at IIT Madras also, we must say that our success in organizing the whole landscape of internationalization has been made possible because of the dedicated Office of Global Engagement and an International Admissions Office. Through several meetings and approval procedures, we have also rationalized the entry procedures for international students into our various programs. And that has also helped immensely, I believe, in having a very clear path forward for internationalization. It has also helped us that there are several semester exchange programs that IIT Madras enjoys, and the traffic of students coming from various parts of the world into IIT Madras and vice versa as well has increased dramatically once we opened ourselves to it and set up procedures and processes for semester exchange, credit transfer, where we mapped our credit structure with the popular credit structures across the world. And in all our agreements, we clearly said that this is what it means to take one, in terms of credits earned, to take one course at IIT Madras vis-a-vis your institution. We've also, apart from the generic setting up of platforms for welcoming international partners, international students, and so on, we've also spent significant effort in curating and creating specific ways in which international students can come into the IIT Madras ecosystem. One has, of course, been short-term courses. These usually we are doing on call, so to speak. Our partners from Japan, Europe, and other parts, New Zealand, and other parts of the world reach out to us and say, you have expertise in this particular field. Can you do a 15-day or a 20-day course for our students? And that is a ring-fenced cohort of students, international students that come to us for learning this specific topic. And we maintain our standards in terms of the modern way of delivery and pedagogy, incorporating elements of experiential learning and so on. And I believe that this is successful, as evidenced by the fact that they do come back to us repeatedly, asking to repeat for future cohorts as well. In recent times, about 2 years ago or so, we've also had considerable success in putting together master's degree programs specifically for international students. And we've made a few strategic decisions on this. I do have a slide. I will explain about this in a little bit. But this has also been a very important step forward that we have taken. Just like Roorkee also, we have also been facilitating a number of joint programs, but our way of looking at joint programs, I think, has been in terms of the nuances, slightly different. And I do have a slide where I'll talk a little bit further about IIT Madras experience here as well. Of course, scholarships are the most critical glue that holds together an internationalization program at any university. And I believe that the efforts of ICCR, ASEAN, SII, and others in putting together a plethora of scholarships for students of various nationalities to access to come to our institutions has been wonderful. At IIT Madras, we've also done additional ones that our Office of Global Engagement offers in specific cases. And of course, our biggest story in internationalization, and the reason I believe I was invited to this meeting, has been our offshore campus located in Zanzibar off the coast of East Africa and Tanzania. We believe that as far as internationalization at IIT Madras is concerned, that both of these aspects, that is the increased mobility of our students to and faculty to institutions of worthy institutions abroad, we believe that is important, and a lot of it has been happening in recent times. At the same time, of course, we do want to see a lot more international students in our campus, and our motivation throughout has been the fact that these people that come with such diverse backgrounds, cultural experiences, schooling systems, and so on, they immediately and substantially contribute to the educational and educational discourse and the quality of research and innovation that happens in our campus. Now, a little bit more about the joint programs and various partnerships that we have. One thing that's not mentioned in this slide is that IIT Madras has more than 300 cooperation agreements with top-notch institutions, academic institutions across the world. These are of various sorts, but a large fraction of them are for semester exchange, which affords reciprocal semester exchange, which affords tuition waivers and easy credit transfer across our institution and theirs. In addition to that, we have doctoral program agreements with several institutions across the world, and their names are shown over here. Different parts of the world, both in Asia and Europe, and also in North America is where we have this. These are fairly active, particularly in recent times, as the interest in research activities in India and in IIT Madras have grown enormously, and we have very vibrant joint PhD programs, for example, with this institution in France, in École Centrale Nantes, for example, Deakin University in Australia, and so on. These are, and Swinburne as well. These are really very active kind of joint doctoral programs that are going on. These programs are, first of all, reciprocal, and not only does it give students an opportunity to spend part time with us and part of the time in the partner institution, but there is also in many instances funding and an intimate research collaboration between the faculty in IIT Madras and in the institutions abroad. So this has also been sort of the way forward we want to do for joint doctoral programs, because we believe that this is the way for it to be successful, rather than just offering a way for students to one directionally go to the abroad institutions. The nature of our joint master's programs, particularly a couple of them that I'm going to talk about, are very different. With Passau and University, we do have a joint master's program which is similar to the joint doctoral program, where they are co-guided by faculty at IIT Madras and in the partner institution. But when Kathmandu University and University of Birmingham reached out to us for joint programs, joint master's programs, we put in the effort to create a different kind of model, and I will talk a little bit about that in this slide. And I'll go back to the previous one in a bit. So with Kathmandu University, we have a joint master's MTech 2-year degree, and this is in a specific field. We had a number of discussions on areas that align, and there are several overlaps in terms of where we see some synergy between our institutions and a need in both our countries, both in Nepal and India, for training people in different areas. We finally picked to start with energy systems, and the way this model works is that the students are onboarded directly into this joint MTech program, and 50% of the teaching and guidance comes from Kathmandu University, and the other 50% from us. Students spend a semester at Kathmandu to start with, at KU to start with, and then they come to our Chennai campus for one semester, and then we give them an option of either continuing in Chennai or going back to Kathmandu, because the second year is more dedicated to project work. Throughout, irrespective of which location they are in, they are taking courses in both the campuses. physically and in hybrid mode. We introduced this in 2022 and we got a really good crop of students, and we are really eager to see where they go when they graduate in a few months from now. But in terms of partnership and exchange of ideas and what we learned when we put together a curriculum that is relevant for Nepal and India, our learnings have been really fantastic, and we really liked this kind of way of doing a joint master's program. Encouraged by this, we also went ahead with another joint master's program. This one is different in some ways. This is with the University of Birmingham in the UK, which is a Russell Group institution and, as you all know, very highly regarded across the world as well. Their core strength of data science is what they wanted to go with, because of course that is also fast emerging as a very important area for IIT Madras, and a very important strength of IIT Madras among several other areas as well. And our agreement with the University of Birmingham involves a very special 18-month program, which is open to students of all nationalities. The degree is an MSc in data science and artificial intelligence, and we just launched it last year. And the way the curriculum and the program developed was based on so many mutual workshops that were put together. And I think it has already led to vibrant collaborative research among our faculty, which was one of the reasons why we wanted to do something like this. Students start their program, their 18-month program at Chennai, taking core courses in our campus. And then they go to the University of Birmingham. Again, they have an option of 2 tracks. One track in which they spend a semester at Birmingham and come back to Chennai for their final semester, or the other where they spend a full year at the University of Birmingham. There are advantages and reasons why students may pick one or the other. Some of those reasons are that with a 12-month or 2-semester study at the University of Birmingham, students stand to get a UK work permit. Some of the earlier deliberations in this meeting were talking about opportunities for international students for placements and careers. And, you know, there is some responsibility that comes on the institution to facilitate this. And that will happen a little bit more cogently in that track. Many students, because this is open to everyone, including Indian students, many students do want to come back to India and sit in placements in our Chennai campus and look at jobs that are in India. So we have facilitated that also based on the need of the students. And in terms of projects, these are going to be co-guided. There's a required industrial internship that we believe is important and will add to the quality of students that we graduate from this program. And also in terms of their specific domain interests, they can take various elective courses across both of the institutions, where both of us have a number of courses in this area, and students can benefit from any combination of courses for the electives that they want in order to craft their own unique career. Our reason to do this kind of thing is because everybody's need is unique, and especially if you're looking at spreading the quality of education that you have in our Chennai campus to a lot more regions, we do have to cater to many diverse needs, and we believe that this kind of curated program would help with that. I'm going to go back now to this slide, which is another series of curated master's program that we put together at IIT Madras. These are completely in Chennai. These are not joint programs. These are our own programs, and the degree is purely from IIT Madras. And these are 2-year MTech, interdisciplinary MTechs. These are open only to international students at this time. Of course, Indian students have the wherewithal to do this as part of our add-on dual degree program for undergraduate students. And because of the popularity of those add-on dual degree programs, we thought of putting together something like this for international students, which is carved away from our dual degree program. In these 2 years, international students can study one of these 9 topics that we have. And among the popular ones for that we are seeing is, of course, data science, robotics, biomedical engineering is also popular, particularly for students from Africa. International students from Africa is what we found. To some extent, cyber physical systems, which is a smart infrastructure IoT type of program, is also popular, allies very closely with our data science and artificial intelligence program, and we believe that is why students want to look at this. We've had considerable success in attracting high quality international applications to our programs through these. And when we introduced this 2 years ago, it also could be facilitated that these were eligible for, these programs were also eligible, as were other IIT Madras Masters, PhD, etc., for ICCR scholarships. And some number of I2MP is what we call this program. Some number of I2MP students are on ICCR scholarships, whereas we support through IIT Madras Office of Global Engagement the other students. These are coming up really well. We believe that the army of international students that will graduate with these will become a very important part of the future workforce. We are excited by the type of job opportunities they're going to get across the world. And in terms of the curricula and the teaching and so on, we've had, of course, number of approval processes and little tweaks to how we were envisioning these things, etc. But everything has gone really swimmingly well. And I think this can be, depending on an institution's area of expertise, this can be a good path forward for looking at special international programs for international students. Now I would like to come to the offshore campus topic. We did have interest in expanding outside India, especially because, particularly from African countries and a few of the Asian ones, we were getting so much interest. More than interest in our courses, in terms of our research and innovation activities as well, we were finding that partners wanted to work with us, wanted to find a way to facilitate collaboration and so on. And we also really appreciated the type of diverse perspectives that they brought to and enrich the quality of what we do. And of course, we have the national education policy articulation about internationalization and globalization, which did serve as a good motivator for us. We particularly looked at East Africa for a number of reasons, but at the end of the day, it's a region that's rife with possibilities. We had some really nice presentations by the Indian missions in Uganda and in Tanzania and so on, which also, I think, showed you the type of growth that one can expect in this part of the world, and the fact that there is a good percentage of the world's young population that will be from over here. And I would like to add that in terms of culture, both the similarities and the differences that we have with our country and this region over here is really phenomenal, and I think it's a very important consideration for us to keep in mind. So this is us in the Zanzibar campus. It's a little island, for those of you that don't know, that's located just off the coast of Tanzania. It's just about an hour and a half ferry ride or a half an hour flight from the port city of Dar es Salaam. And the way we crafted this campus of IIT Madras is that it will be a new institution, but it will bring the rigor and academic excellence of IIT Madras all the way over here. We launched in October 2023. We brought in 2 programs. As Manoj Verma ji said earlier, we have a Bachelor of Science in Data Science and Artificial Intelligence, 4 years, and a 2-year Master of Technology in Data Science and Artificial Intelligence. The curricula, the pedagogy, the way the course evaluation, student selection, faculty recruitment, all of these are coming from IIT Madras and our 65 years of experience at the top of the educational pyramid, I would say. And it's envisioned and fashioned as an international institution that caters to the world. And while right now we are located in a transit campus of about 5 acres, we've also been allotted land nearby of more than 220 acres to build out the permanent campus. And with that, which will happen in a year or two, with that, the establishment of this full-fledged offshore campus will really take off in a big way. A little bit about the structure of IITM Zanzibar. I would like to mention that it is a partnership between the Ministry of Education India, the Ministry of Education Zanzibar, and IIT Madras. All three parties have signed the Memorandum of Understanding. And the structure is such that the academic autonomy in terms of student selection processes, curricula, degrees that will be offered, faculty selection, faculty teaching, and faculty appointments, and so on, will vest with IIT Madras, and the financials for the budget for the institution comes from the government of Zanzibar, which is our host, including the land, including the modifications that we requested to this transit campus to make it a digital first, fully smart enabled, hybrid classrooms, computer facilities, state-of-the-art furniture, everything financially facilitated by the government of Zanzibar. In terms of commitment, it's really a 50-50 partnership in terms of, in many different ways, both from day-to-day operation, deploying of local staff over here, engagement with the community, etc., across the governments and IIT Madras. We've also put together a governance structure which has a governing council for a special governing council for IITM Zanzibar, which is constituted across both countries in order to oversee the various aspects of the institution. Now, the idea is not to plant an IITM walled campus hiding from the local community in a new location, but to really work together with the people over here and do things that use our best practices and our learnings from our Chennai campus to develop an institution of international repute. And of course, the connection between our two campuses already very vibrant, and we are planning that this connection between the campuses will continue into the future evolution of the institution as well. Right now, there are 2 programs. They're focused on data science and AI because it's sometimes the most obvious choice of topic for that appeals to young people. And of course, it's a strength of IIT Madras increasingly. But going forward, our envisioning is that we'll bring in a lot more interdisciplinary programs. We're in a number of conversations with several stakeholders, corporate industrialists, local communities, local ministries back here and back home as well, academics of repute who have done this kind of thing before, and so on, and also young people, because we want to bring programs that students would like to study, that will get them jobs and careers in today's world, and also cater to what the world needs. And of course, the last circle over here is the expertise that IIT Madras has, and that I think I should probably take out, because especially now across our 17 departments and 650 faculty and more than 30 centers of excellence, we are really very deeply entrenched in almost all the topics that are of scientific relevance today. We are looking at academic programs that will stick to what has worked well for us, providing students with the strong fundamental grounding in various areas of science and math and engineering, economics as well. We also have a focus on language. It was very interesting to hear the various deliberations about the challenges and the opportunities with respect to language and language proficiency earlier in this meeting. In our program, we have included certain elements of that, I would say. We are also already fostered and looking to ensure that the student and faculty recruitment processes adhere to the highest academic standards of IIT. And of course, experiential learning and so on are going to be the byword over here. We are constantly articulating that, this campus, although it's small right now and it's in its inception and its baby steps are being taken, it should offer more than a degree to the students, and it should be a place where people come and grow, whether they spend short or long durations of time. Of course, we have plans to increase the portfolio of academic programs. We've already initiated the student-led innovation activities. Our entrepreneurship cell over here is already formed, again, with an intimacy of cooperation between the main campus and here. And in terms of research and consultancy, all our faculty are research faculty. Although the teaching has to be of the highest quality, the expectation and the aspiration for faculty is definitely stated in terms of research and innovation and technology development, etc. As well. And our really goal is that we get on a really accelerated path to become a world-class institution over here that will impact the region. Now, we have had lots of challenges already, of course, and I'm sure it will continue. I'll not highlight those, but I will mention that it has been wonderful for us to be sitting in this new region so far from home and to have the help of our people. So I do want to take the opportunity to thank the Indian missions in Africa who've been so phenomenal in helping us spread awareness about us. When we first came here, we said, okay, we are IIT Madras, we are NIRF1, people know about us, but that is not the case necessarily across the world. And I believe that our Indian missions help have been really important to get the message about, not just the ranking, but about the opportunity or the offering that is the Zanzibar campus of IITM. We also work very closely with the local community in Zanzibar, definitely reach out to the Indian diaspora in many of the East African countries and other regions locally. We've had many visits already to several countries. We've been in Kenya, in Zambia, and Ethiopia and so on, and we are planning others as well. We do work with local academic institutions because we also want to articulate while we do this that we are not here to compete with, say, the state university over here, but to work together in order to both of us grow and evolve in this region. It has been important also to engage with schools and teachers and ministry bodies over here for us, and that has been I would say interesting exercise because we've seen how helpful the people are and how sort of open to the idea of an international institution like ours coming into their country people have been. And I would say that for us, it has been that we've embraced our differences and hopefully, especially given that our cohort is so mixed and so diverse, enriched each other through the differences in perspectives that we bring. And we hope that we continue to grow in a way that is that takes everybody in the region along with us and contributes really positively to the educational landscape in Africa and the world. We've had lots of opportunities. I did mention a few of this, so I'll stop over here. And it's been so heartwarming that we've already opened applications for the second cohort of students here. In fact, the master's MTech applications are closed as of last week. So right now we only have about a month to go of applications for the undergraduate programs. And we've had very good interactions with people regarding this as well. So I'll stop with this. Thanks for the opportunity. I hope that people got a little bit about the way IIT Madras is thinking about our various aspects of internationalization, particularly our offshore campus. And if you have any questions, any suggestions and feedback, I'm always open to listen.
I would now like to request Dr. Shalia Shah again to come on the dais and conclude this conference and orientation program.
Thank you everyone for taking out your valuable time and joining us to understand how the Study in India portal works. And I hope this orientation workshop was useful for you to understand how going ahead the system for admission and visa processing of foreign students would be streamlined through the portal. And I'm very thankful for all the feedback which was shared by all of you with us. I'm especially thankful to the participants who had joined us online and were listening in throughout the workshop. We are towards the closing session, but it would not be fair on my part if I don't thank ETSIL and AICT, who played an important role in organizing this workshop. And the point is that the exercise which we conducted today does not end here. It will be an ongoing exercise, and we would like to be in touch with all the institutions who will now become a part of the Study in India portal, and we'll continue this journey together. We are open always to any suggestion, feedback from you, and we'll keep in touch through that. I thank all the speakers who spoke during the session today, and particularly IIT Roorkee and IIT Madras Zanzibar. It was nice to see Professor Preeti joining us from there. Thank you so much for sharing your insight.
Okay, thank you once again, all. Patiently sitting there, 50 missions also were online. Thank you for all being there and making this program interesting. And with your, I think we could have had a lot of questions, but I think we had shared a lot of experiences from IIT Roorkee and IIT Madras, Zanzibar campus also. We'll continuously keep interacting. I think there'll be more of while during the lunch, me and Dr. Shalia was telling, yes, we will, once little bit the portal comes up operational in terms of though it's live, we are morning, we had been telling that there are 160 admission offers online. So while more interaction visa process happens, once again, we will be touching base with all to come and share their experiences, how it has been and what new improvements can happen. Thank you all for being time once again. Thank you.
I request all the guests to join us for the tea.